Hello everyone. I'm gonna just turn the music down. I think it's got a good vibe. Let's see how good of an impression I can do of Hannah. Hello everyone. I'm Hannah. No, I lost it like almost immediately. I'm very clearly not Hannah. So we're already starting this at like a minus 5, I would say. We're gonna go with -5. Hannah is not feeling well at all. So COVID is not treating her very nicely. I'm still not 100%, but like I was really worried about her this morning. She like her face was super red when she was asleep when I woke up, and she definitely has a fever. So she's resting. Yesterday she also didn't stream. I offered to stream for her, but she wanted me to, stay and hang out with her, which I happily obliged. Today, we're gonna have a Baja Blast stream. I'm not sure if she has the stream pulled up, but I will definitely be sure to pass along all of the well wishes from everybody. Halloween Town, she has taken ibuprofen. We've been trying to keep up with that. I woke her up this morning when I noticed, like, she was hot to the touch, and normally she's not warm at all. I woke her up and asked her to take some ibuprofen. Yeah, I'm not really sure why, like, COVID's been really weird. It hasn't been, like, a linear sickness, like, you start feeling bad normally, and then you reach a point where you're, like, super, super bad, and then you get better as the days go on. That's not how it has been for us. It's been very up and down, where one day we'll be like, okay, like, you know, we're starting to get better. And then, especially for Hannah, it'll be the next day. She just does not feel good. And it's only the past few days that she's actually started having a fever. For me, I had a fever the entire first 5 or 6 days that we had COVID, or at least after we started testing positive for COVID. Just trying to see if there are any comments that I need to get to. I see that a hype train is close, so if we want to start a hype train, that would be cool. Bumble Homestead with 300 bits says, I'm sorry COVID got y'all. It's going around here too. Kiddo and I are scheduled for boosters tomorrow. That's great. I'm really happy that people are starting to get boosters. And thank you so much for the 300 bits. Halloween Town asks, could it be the new variant of it? I'm pretty sure that we have the most recent variant, the one that's starting to be super prevalent right now. From what I've heard, the newest variant, which I think is Eris, E-R-I-S, has a lot of like gastrointestinal symptoms, and it feels like that's what we've been having. First name bunch of numbers says, Baja stream, hope you both get well soon. Thank you very much. I'm probably like, I think I'm like 75% today. Oh, Mr. Blast. Oh, Dad, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to TubeMan642. TubeMan642. Thank you so much, Father. I love you. Clockwork Van is gifting 2 tier 1 subs. And those went to Mad Pac-Man and Pew Pew Askew. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to be a good streamer. I'm sorry. Terradona gifted a tier 1 sub to Little Green Person and to Ambiguous Samus. So thank you for those. Let's see. Screaming at the Radio subscribed with Prime, and they've been subscribed for 28 months. Thank you so much. Screaming at the Radio said recovery bits and gifts 100 bits. Thank you so much. Alright, I think that I am all caught up, and I don't know if it just stalled or if we're just perfectly at 100% of level 1. But for me it says that it's just 100% of level 1. Yeah, it definitely seems like the hype train is stuck at the station. Bumble Homestead gives 100 bits and says nudge. And I don't think that did anything. Altered Undying says hype, hope you both feel better with 50 bits. Thank you so much. First name bunch of numbers asks, can we get Baja to wear something if we get the hype train to level 10? Joking mostly, with 100 bits. And like I'm fully willing to put on. Sorry, Hannah's coming upstairs and I'm hearing my voice. Can you Oh, Hannah refreshed for me, so we're on 90% of level 2. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Anyway, so can we get Baja to wear something? I'm fully willing to put on the maid outfit if we get to successfully get a level 10 hype train. I don't think that's gonna happen. But certainly we can also have people do like channel points to make me put on silly hats and stuff. I will do my best to do what Hannah would do. Let's see. Okay, alright, there's lots of things happening. I need to kick it up a notch. H. Barry with 50 bits. PSA time. I bought a car yesterday. If you've done a name change, you have to inform Equifax via mail. Otherwise, they put a fraud freeze on you when someone checks your credit. Ask me how I know. Experian and TransUnion seem to be fine, though. I registered on their websites and updated my name to be safe, so everything worked out, but it's worth looking into for all of the transes in here. That's a good point. I don't think that we had to do that for Hannah. That never affected her whatsoever, so I don't know. You know, maybe it's a new thing that Equifax does that. Let's see. Spokane Dogman did a highlighted message and says, nearly Dr. Blast takes over the stream. Congrats. The other host was stale. Oh, same boring jokes over and over. We get it. You like to bottom, Hannah. Boo. Don't make fun of my wife. I know that you're sarcasm, but... Trevor of House Belmont gifts a tier 1 sub, and it goes to Ms. PMS. Briar Rose does hats off. What would you like me? Witch hat. Okay, let me get the witch hat. I'm also eating, so you guys are gonna have to deal with that. So 1 second, let me grab the witch hat. I have a much smaller head than my wife does. People asking, Dr. Blast, did you complete your PhD? No, I haven't. That's why it said nearly Dr. Blast. I have not finished my PhD. Not gonna talk about it. If my wife is playing me downstairs and that's what I hear, can you turn me down? Anyway, McCalrius99, I am so sorry. I am just as bad at pronouncing things as Hannah. With 135 bits, get better, Hannah. Steve with a Q, with 200 bits. Oh, Baja Reloaded. Profane Priestess. Speaking of cars, the big 3 automakers are now officially struck companies. Solidarity, people. Hell yeah. I hadn't heard that, and it's good to know that there is a strike going on. Okay. Let's see. How did I miss bits? Oh, MH Dark Beast with 50 bits. We need a little joy from Hannah to honor this stream. And gives us a clip, which I am gonna pause for right now. And that's... Let's see, DM Trey with 50 bits. Congrats on the success of your coup d'etat. Thank you. It was hard work, but the coup worked. Yes, doctor in progress. I am still working. Ran the fool asks, how are the fur babies? They're good. Olive is right here next to me. Oliver! And thank you so much, everyone, for, I think it was a level 22% to level 3 hype train. Let's see. All right. Mr. Blasts accurately states Oliver the troublemaker. He is our troublemaking cat. And right now he's having himself a bath. Okay. So, let's talk about what... Isn't he the baby? Yeah, he just turned 2 on September 1st. But he is the biggest troublemaker that we have. Let's watch this clip of Hannah.
So this is not a video to get into the specific.
Hi, Lou. I'm okay, honey.
I have no idea what this clip was about, but I love seeing Hannah happy, so... Oh, I have no idea what was happening in this stream. It says it's from Tinfoil Wednesday. Steampunk was real, Gremlins, Conspiracy Bingo, and more. I have no idea the context for this. Oh, Hans thought steampunk was real. That's funny. So, what is this stream gonna be about? I thought that we could maybe talk about some YouTuber drama, specifically maybe watch some parts of the Swoop doc, the interview with Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband, Joshua Evans. Yes, there is a cat in view. He is orange. His name is Oliver. And yes, I am clearly not Hannah. You have a substitute teacher for this stream. And what else? I wanted to look at some carefully curated Am I the Asshole posts from Reddit. And by carefully curated, I mean I found some that I thought were funny, and we are going to make judgments on whether or not these people are the assholes. Probably gonna make polls, and chat is gonna join me in whether or not they think they are the asshole. I do not get a cut of the proceeds. Hannah and I are married, so, you know, things are just... Oh, that looks a little better. It you know, what's hers is mine, and what's mine is hers. Substitute teachers get so much crap. Let's all be nice to Miss Baja. Thank you. I'm sorry. I am not as energetic as Hannah. I'm not as funny as Hannah. But she says I am a little funny. No, she tells me I'm funny all the time. I just interpret it as I'm a little funny. I'm also eating some vegan mac and cheese with vegan bacon. It's from Upton's Naturals, and it's delicious. I eat it all the time. It's very easy. It's just microwave. I'm trying not to ASMR you guys. Ooh. Peep Lord said with 9 months says, Baja, can you please name my sub baby something sciencey but also a dick joke? Ooh. A dick joke. Okay, so it's not gonna be a dick joke, but it will be dick related. So your sub baby's name is Seminal Vesicle. There you go. And in case anyone doesn't know, seminal vesicle is part of the testes where the sperm is housed. I think that we have doomed this sub baby to some kind of tortured existence. Harold Elbelman says, vegan bacon, I have so many questions. Is there crunch? How's the mouth feel? So specifically in this mac and cheese, this bacon is seitan. So it's made out of vital wheat gluten. It is not crispy. It does have like a smoky bacony taste. But it's just, you know, chewy. It doesn't really... it doesn't have a crunch at all. There are ways of making vegan bacon that is crispy and crunchy and nice. My favorite way, and there are a couple, one that I don't like is frying up sliced and marinated portobello mushrooms. I hate mushrooms. Mushrooms are absolutely not my thing. I will not eat them in any capacity. The closest thing to a mushroom that I eat is nutritional yeast, and they're only similar in the way that they are both fungi. And my favorite way, though, is marinated and baked rice paper bacon, and you basically take the circular sheets of rice paper that you can get to make spring rolls, and you dip that in the marinade, and then you can like layer it and put it in the oven, and it'll crisp up and, you know, it'll break nicely. It's yummy. All right, let's see. All right, everyone. So let's start off with some of the Am I the A-hole posts that I have found. I'm gonna read them. They're gonna be on screen, and then either me or one of the mods can make a poll, and at the end we can just decide, is this person the asshole or not? You all can submit some Reddit stories if you want. Can't promise that I'll get to all of them, but if you have like something in particular you think is funny, or you think is particularly egregious, or something you just want me to read, go for it. Put it in the chat and I will do my best. Also, if there's any that are marked with like trigger warnings, I will do my best to verbally say those trigger warnings just in case. I think that there was one that I saw that did, but I'm not sure if that's one of the ones I chose to save. MH Dark Beast. Yes, I did hear about the vegan teacher making a 9/11 video. Hannah actually played it on the stream a couple of days ago. But yeah, she gives vegans and vegetarians a bad name. My opinion of her is she's doing it on purpose. She knows that she gets clicks and views and hate watchers, and I think that she doesn't, I don't know if this is a hot take, I don't think that she cares about animals whatsoever. Because if she did, she would also care about human beings. And it doesn't seem like she does. She does very racist things. She does very insensitive things. She says very absurd things about people and people that have lived through trauma and things that have happened to humans who are also animals. So you would think that she would also care about humans. But she thinks that because some humans eat animals, they deserve what they get, which is not the case. It's not the case whatsoever. So comparing, factory farming to the Holocaust, which was a horrific event that should never be compared to anything at all like what she compares it to. Yeah, so I don't think that she actually cares about animals. I think that she just likes getting hate watched and being talked about and getting attention. Alex the Blight says she does the ukulele thing better than Miranda sings. I'll give her that. Yeah. Yeah, that vegan teacher. We're talking about that vegan teacher. I would agree. I think she's a grifty troll. I don't think that she could give two flying fucks about how animals are actually treated. MH Dark B says Hannah does the ukulele thing best. I would agree, but I think that my wife does everything the best. But I'm biased, and I can acknowledge that bias. I'm gonna eat a couple more bites of food, and then we can start reading some of the Am I the Asshole posts. Phoenix 2250 says eat it all. Don't worry, I also have drank some Soylent, so this is like a meal replacement as well. I really like these. I have really bad stomach aches in the morning, especially if I try and eat something, but it's not that bad if I drink. So having like a vegan meal replacement that I can drink is a really nice thing to have. Soylent Green is people, yes. I don't have the mint flavored people. I have the chocolate flavored people. Fenakagami with 75 bits. Correct me if I'm wrong, but couldn't giving a dog a vegan diet be animal abuse since dogs are carnivores? Can they even handle a vegan diet? So, kind of right. Dogs are not carnivores. Dogs are omnivores like we are. Cats are obligate carnivores, like this one. He's a dangerous, deadly carnivore. So what that means is he can eat plants. Like, there are some things that cats can eat that won't hurt them, but their digestive tract is not made to absorb nutrients from plants. It gets nutrients from meat. And basically that's based on how food is broken down, how long the intestinal tract is. So like cows, they have a really long, convoluted digestional tract so that they can get nutrients from plants. But cats do not. So while he can eat strawberry if he wants to, sometimes if I'm making something and it's safe for him to try, I will offer it to all of the cats. So cats can eat strawberries, it won't hurt them. They can eat pumpkin, which we've found is really good for fiber for them, but it's not gonna do anything like give them the vitamins and minerals that they need. For dogs, they can get nutrients from plants, but in my opinion, you should never put your animal on a restrictive diet like that unless it is specifically recommended by a vet. And so like we have the cats on like a sensitive systems, is Purina 1 for sensitive systems. And that's because that's what Lupine came to us eating, and she because she had like a sensitive digestive system, and Cassival and Oliver just both also like that food, so it worked out. But you should never be choosing, you know, veganism for your dog or cat or anything, in my opinion, because they don't have the ability to consent to that choice. I am human. I am fully capable of making my own decisions, making my choices. I chose 7 years ago or 8 years ago to be vegan. And that's something that I get to choose for myself every single day. That's not something that an animal can choose, and it's not okay for you to force it on them. So I would say that's not good. And especially if, let's say someone was feeding their dog a vegan diet, I wouldn't even consider it for a cat. Like, this scenario is completely different if someone was talking about feeding a cat a vegan diet, because that 100% would be, to me, animal abuse, since they can't get what they need from that diet. I guess unless it's a highly processed, like synthetic diet. I'm not sure. I don't know if there are any like vegan cat foods where they have put in nutrients that they could digest, but like, I don't know. That would be too complicated, probably expensive. I don't know. Let's just say you have a dog and you are trying to feed them like a vegan diet. I don't think that would necessarily be animal abuse in terms of this person should have their dog taken away, unless they are not doing it carefully. And like, if the dog is getting all of their nutrients but it's a vegan diet because they're not obligate carnivores, I think that is okay. I wouldn't choose that. I think that it's bad, but I wouldn't say this person should have their dog taken away. But if they're not doing it carefully, if they're not doing it with the assistance of a vet, if the dog isn't getting the nutrients that they need, then they should not have that dog. If you're not able to care for a pet, then you should not have that pet. If you're a vegan that can't deal with feeding your cat meat, you should not have a cat. Absolutely not. Like, that is not caring for the animal. That is not vegan. Like trying to put a cat on a vegan diet is not vegan. You're forcing something on a cat that can't consent, and you are not caring for it. And those things are inherently not vegan. Let's see. I think there were some bits. The Advent Gardener with 250 bits says, "Oh shit, bits for Baja." Thank you. I appreciate it. Now we're talking about veganism. Chat's gonna drive me down so many tangents today. I can feel it. Spokane Dogman says, "Jilly Juice, in my opinion, killed her dog with her crap diet nonsense." I don't think I know enough, but just the fact that she was apparently feeding it Jilly Juice, I don't think that there's any way that that was healthy for the dog. I could not imagine. That's true, Harold Elman. I'm a substitute, so it's par for the course. Yeah. You could just straight up tell me, well, that's our teacher lets us do it. Just be like, Hannah lets us do it. Hannah lets us drive her down tangents. It's fine. Okay. So with that, I'm gonna try and get myself to be able to look at chat over here on Hannah's second monitor. But it's very hard for me because I'm very used to just having one monitor to look at. But I will do my best to keep looking over here. And we're going to look at some Am I the Asshole posts. So I'm gonna turn off this music and we're gonna start looking at some of the posts that I have saved on Reddit. Some of these I literally saw this morning too, so I'm just gonna start. I'm gonna read the post, and then one of the mods or myself, so maybe Halloween Town, will make a poll, and we're gonna judge, am I the asshole, or you know, make some kind of judgment. This one isn't an Am I the Asshole, but it is a wild story. Yes, we're going on a field trip to Reddit. So this is in r/relationship advice. Oh gosh. Oh, I think Hannah got groceries delivered. I was like, why is the door opening? Can we see it too? Why can't you see it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was meant to be. There we go. Let's see. I'm gonna try to move this over. I think that's the best I can do, chat. I think that's the most I can get on the screen. I'm gonna... Oh my goodness. I'm gonna find Boxy though. And I'm gonna turn Boxy off. I think I was able to successfully turn Boxy off. Cool. Let's see now. Boxy was our chaperone. Not anymore, chat. I'm the only chaperone you need. I'm going to be a strict substitute teacher, and we're going to stay in line, and we're going to stay in our seats. Anyway, Lampita with 100 bits. Baja, if I share my 9-month sub today, would you name the baby or would you rather I wait for another day? I have already named a sub baby. So I am very, very capable of naming a baby. So if you want to share it, I am fine with naming a sub baby. If you want to, someone else requested what their baby be. You know, someone said science-y but a dick joke. And I gave their baby the name Seminal Vesicle. So if you want to request that, I will let you request what kind of name you want. If not, I can just come up with something. I hear a Hannah. Should you not be laying down, my love? Oh, honey. That's so sweet. I love you. Something chaotic. Okay. Hannah got me some plant-based Reese's. I'm so happy. These are delicious, by the way. Okay, something chaotic. I'm gonna think for a second, chat. I'm trying to decide if I want to be a dick and just name it something like Chaos Agent, which isn't necessarily chaotic, but it's, you know. Okay. I'm gonna name it something that I think is like inherently chaotic, but just as its own thing. So it's gonna be named Water Marble. So Water Marble, because water marbling things is chaotic. You can't control it. It's just random. I hope you are happy with that. Cats would have also worked for my my idea, but Water Marble. Grizzler Guy with 100 bits says, sorry, not letting me load more bits, working on it. Oh, you're fine. Thank you so much for the bits. Does the Mac have vegan cheese? Yeah, it's Upton Naturals vegan bacon mac and cheese, which is yummy, and I eat it all the time. It's kind of an obsession of mine, if I'm being honest. Okay, let's read this, shall we? 6 months pregnant, 25 female, and boyfriend, 28 male, jumped out of moving car on highway during argument today. So I have already read this. Me, 25 female, and my boyfriend, 28 male, were on the way to an ultrasound this morning, which is an appointment I had to make 3 months ago. He worked a night shift, so I told him if he wanted to come to the ultrasound, I would drive so he can rest. We don't have a toxic relationship, and we don't argue much, but we got in what I thought was a small argument in the car. I had to fill up on gas, and I started to fill up my tank and asked him if he could finish filling it up for me. When he got back in the car, I noticed it didn't cost that much, and he told me he didn't fill it up all the way, to which I responded, next time, fill it up all the way so I don't have to stop again to get gas sooner. And in parentheses, it says, I paid for the gas, so it's not a money issue. Me saying this really set him off. He got in a really bad mood and was mad and kept saying, don't talk to me like that. I responded and said I was sorry, and next time I will ask in a nicer way and that it's not a big deal in the first place. I just wanted to let him know for next time. He continued to get angrier and say, you don't understand. Don't talk to me like that. At this point, now I got mad and said, you need to learn to communicate with me better because simple conversations like this should not turn into arguments. And I was listening to him and apologizing to him, and now he needs to listen to the way he is talking to me. He kept getting angrier, and at this point I got extremely angry and raised my voice and said, fuck you. When I did this, he opened the car door. We were driving on the highway with lots of traffic, and I slammed on the brakes, and I was shocked and said, please don't do this. I love you, and we can work this out. And he jumped out and walked across the highway. I pulled off to the side and texted him and called him, just telling him to come back. This isn't safe for either of us, etc. He just responded and said, I'm done with you. He did come back to the highway and get back in the car after 10 minutes and said, take me home. But this ultrasound is important and has taken me months to get, and I told him I'm going to the appointment in a calm tone. Of course, I cried for like an hour because I'm pregnant and am more emotional than normal. He went to the ultrasound without saying a word to me, and after the ultrasound, I went to the restroom. When I came out, he was gone. Had Ubered home and taken all of the ultrasound pictures with him. I feel he is completely wrong in this situation, and that him putting me and our unborn child in harm's way over his emotions is completely unacceptable and scary to me. I had plans to fly to where my family lives in 2 months to give birth, and I'm thinking right now that after this, I need to fly there now so I can feel safe and be around people who think rationally. However, I am pregnant and my brain is definitely very foggy, and I am open to the fact that I could be wrong in this situation. I know I shouldn't have raised my voice, but I still don't think it's an acceptable circumstance to put everyone in danger, and he is still extremely angry with me, but he doesn't really communicate, so he won't talk to me. And there is an update, but let's talk about this, chat, before we read the update. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of people are echoing my sentiment of she needs to get out, like, immediately. Let's see. The Advent Gardener says, fucking wacky. I got hit by a car like 3 months ago and I'm still recovering. That's insane with 100 bits. Thank you for the bits, and I agree. You should never exit your car when it's moving, even if it's in traffic. So OP does clarify later that they were in like stop and go traffic, so the car wasn't necessarily going at highway speeds, but you should never get out of a car. It doesn't, like, no argument, no fight, no disagreement is worth putting your life or your partner's life or your unborn baby's life in danger. It screams childish, it screams manipulation, it screams my ex-boyfriend. Like, it's just absolutely wrong. I cannot believe that. Like, that's just the stupidest thing to fight about. She literally just asked, hey, next time, fill up the tank. Paul the Potato with 110 bits. I miss seeing live, but I need more sleep after my grave shift. Nice to see, nice to see you sub. Take care, sweet couple. Thank you so much for the bits, and I hope that you get as much sleep as possible. Cthulhu Flower says, if he won't communicate, literally all of it is on him, even if he wasn't being a fragile, whiny bitch the whole time. Yeah, so I 100% agree. He doesn't seem like he is capable of having a rational conversation. I don't know. So in the post, we did get a little bit of context that he was tired. He had a really long shift at work, but that's not something that you should be taking out on your partner. adults need to have better emotional regulation. This is someone that had to learn emotional regulation as an adult in therapy. I spent a year or so learning about emotions, learning what my emotions were, learning how to express them, how to identify them, because I didn't have those skills. I grew up and pretty much hid all of my emotions under anger. So anger can be a primary or a secondary emotion. And pretty much all of my emotions, whether it's sad or embarrassed or hurt or whatever, got hidden as anger. So I was very angry. And that was something that I had to learn. I had to learn, okay, what am I actually feeling? How can I communicate this? How can I do better at understanding why things are happening? And so that's something that I did like at the beginning of grad school. And it's hard. It's hard going through like not understanding where your emotions are coming from. It's hard it's hard not being able to communicate those, and because the anger is like a defense mechanism, right? So you start to just feel angry instead of what emotion what is actually causing the anger. So maybe you're sad or hurt, and instead it becomes anger as that defense mechanism because you don't want to feel sad. You don't want to feel hurt. So to cover that up, you have the anger. So you have to learn to kind of deprogram that and realize, while in the front I feel angry, I'm, upset, what is underneath that? And that is really hard to do. Especially when you don't have the vocabulary to express it. My therapist helped me because there are a bunch of different emotions. Like we think happy, sad, angry, but there are actually quite a bit of emotions and different things that can, like different categories under like happy and sad. So expanding your vocabulary about emotions can immediately help you in understanding them, at least for me. Once you think, okay, maybe I'm not angry, maybe I'm embarrassed, maybe I'm frustrated. Once you have that language, it suddenly you're like, oh, okay, I'm not angry. Like I am frustrated, and it's just coming out as anger. I think that that's important, and being able to communicate is important. I saw some bits, McElrius 99. I am so sorry. Please correct me if I'm not pronouncing that. With 50 bits. Do you think that there were any warning signs about this guy beforehand? Not victim blaming, but people usually don't act toxic out of nowhere. I would. If this is not a fluke thing, then I would like. I mean, that's kind of obvious, but what I'm trying to say is, I think it's possible that if she goes back and reevaluates things that have happened in the relationship, she might find some other stuff that pointed towards this. I could say that maybe maybe this was a one-time thing, Maybe he was having a really bad day. Maybe he is stressed because his partner is pregnant. Maybe he's stressed about becoming a dad. Maybe he is having these new emotions and he doesn't know how to deal with them. And it's like a one-time, wild, out of nowhere thing. And I agree, Altergrin. I don't think that something this extreme is a one-time thing. But if it was, then it sounds like he needs some therapy, and it sounds like they need to learn how to communicate better. Because they're certainly not communicating right now. So let's look at the update. Update. Thank you everyone who commented. I really appreciate all the comments. To clear up a few things, there was a traffic, so we were not moving very fast on the highway. And yes, this is the first time something like this happened. He showed signs of being emotional before, but never anything to this extent. I totally understand this situation is toxic, and the reason I stated we don't have a toxic relationship is to emphasize this was not something we have been through before. That's why I was shocked and posted, because I didn't even know who to talk to. I talked to him a little bit, but he doesn't think he did anything wrong because we weren't moving that fast on the highway. I've been packing my things all day and I'm leaving in the next few days. Toxaholic, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. That is so generous of you. Thank you so much. Let's see. So I kind of, based on the update, him saying that he didn't do anything wrong kind of makes me think that they do have a toxic relationship. If you are able to jump out of a moving car on a highway with your 6-month pregnant girlfriend driving, putting all of you in danger, if you're able to do that, and you're able to then say you did nothing wrong, I think that's a very clear sign that this person is not healthy and probably has not been healthy in this relationship. Halloween Town says it's toxic and she doesn't realize it's toxic because she might just be used to it. I agree. Unstable Deadbeat says, I mean, it wasn't great to get out on the highway, but it was more about everything that led up to it. Cthulhu Flower says, dang it, Lee took my power out for a moment. I hope that you're safe. Anybody that might be where Hurricane Lee is right now, please be safe. Take care of yourselves. Make sure that you have everything prepared. I'm sure you do. Unstable Deadbeat says, like, the overreaction, pointless argument, defensiveness, etc. I agree. I certainly agree. I think that also something that needs to be talked about is the fact that he went to the ultrasound and left her behind. So he left her without saying he was leaving, took an Uber, and took the ultrasound photos, which I am sure was him being petty and knowing that it would hurt her. Because she said that she's been waiting for this appointment for 3 months. So I'm assuming that, like, they haven't been able to see their baby for, however long. Because she made the appointment 3 months ago. You don't get to see your an ultrasound of your baby every single appointment. And I'm sure that she wanted those pictures. So Harold Edelman says petty or controlling. He took the pictures of the kid hostage. I would agree. I think that that is certainly possible, that this was planned and that he took the photos specifically so that she would have to come back to him at some point, come see him. It could also be both. Windchanter, you are walking into a Baja Blast stream. We are talking about some relationship advice Reddit stories and Am I the Asshole stories. And so we're just talking about them, talking about what our opinions are on them, whether or not they're the asshole. And this one was, he is doing a lot of bad shit. Also, yes, Hannah isn't feeling well. She has a fever. She is downstairs resting, and I am taking over the stream and eating vegan mac and cheese while I do it. Halloween Town says, my dad wouldn't sign my birth certificate if my mom didn't name me what he wanted. Oh, that's great. Yikes. What about Bob? It doesn't say if she has seen the pictures. And I know in comments people were asking, especially because they're worried that he's going to destroy them, which is something that I would be worried about too. It very much seems like he knew he did something wrong. So what I think that he probably had an extreme emotional reaction to being tired, and this is assuming that nothing like this has happened. And this is just my opinion. He probably was super on edge, super tired. Maybe he doesn't want to be a dad. Maybe he's freaking out. And so to instigate an argument, he didn't fill up the gas tank like she had asked. And so, therefore, that started an argument. I think that's what he was going for. He wanted to fight. He wanted to be angry at her. And then he couldn't handle the fact that, like, she was defending herself in the car, and he decided to jump out on the highway like a fucking idiot, doing something dangerous, because I think that was supposed to manipulate her into feeling bad for him. And then after that, he knew what he had done was wrong, over a line to the point where it's very possible she was gonna leave his ass, and he decided, I'm gonna take these photos so she has to at least talk to me again to see him. Windchanter says people, especially males, are often afraid, ashamed to admit they don't feel the same way about a situation as their partner. I could see that. He's like really scared of being a dad. He didn't want kids, something like that. He's, excuse me, so sorry. He's changed his mind. I don't think that's okay. Like, he's in this situation. He's made his bed. Spokane Dogman, Baja, this all sounds very bad. I think she needs out. Oh, 100%. I'm not, like, me trying to explain what he's possibly feeling and what he's doing is not me justifying it whatsoever. I think she needs to leave, and I'm glad that it says that she's leaving in the next few days. Like, think she needs to go be around family, be around people that actually care about her, because this man does not seem like he does. Whether or not this was a first-time thing, whether or not they actually did have a toxic relationship and she just didn't see it because she's used to it, no matter what, she needs to get away from him. All right. Anyway, let's move on to another post. So, this one is from the Am I the Asshole subreddit. Would I be the asshole for not impregnating my sister-in-law? I will keep this as short as possible. I, 35 male, married my wife, 31 female, 5 years ago, and we lived together for 8 years. 1 second. We had our first child 4 years ago and second child a year ago, both boys. Her sister, 33 female, has been married for 7 years and in that time had one child, a boy. After the birth of her child, her husband was in an accident and can no longer produce another child. My sister-in-law and her husband approached my wife to see if I would be interested in donating my sperm in order for my sister-in-law to give birth to one more child. I'm going to take a moment and just see what everyone's reacting about in chat. So far, I agree. Why is this a question? Some of the titles are very, what the fuck? Unstable deadbeat. You're allowed to not impregnate someone if you don't want to. Very much true. Irish X Lily says, this one might be fake, honestly. Yes, this might be fake. I did look through this person's post history. Before. So they have a lot of they have posted on Reddit a lot, like in terms of commenting on other people's stuff. So this isn't a new account, which is the only thing that's going for it in terms of maybe this is real. But even if it's not, even if it's fake, we can still judge it. And I think that that's what we should do. Ad jump scare out of nowhere. I'm sorry. Yeah, there are ads, but if I only get to press the snooze button 3 times. I used one at the beginning, so I'm just trying to wait to snooze some ads. Anyway. My wife thought it was a great idea and made the decision for me to proceed with the process without consulting me. That's a big yikes. You should never, ever, ever, ever make a choice for your partner without talking to them about it, even if it wasn't about impregnating someone. Captain Squid subscribed and they've been subscribed for 3 months. Thank you so much. I was wondering why ads started showing. Yeah. But now you won't get any ads since you're subscribed. Lampita gifted a tier 1 sub to Womp77. Thank you so much for gifting the sub. I agree. The wife is very clearly...
Sorry, I can't help you with notes on Apple.
My watch thought that I was talking to her. Anyway, the wife is very clearly the asshole. I completely agree. Like, the second this person says, my wife thought it was a great idea and made the decision for me to proceed with the process without consulting me. Yeah, you're not the asshole. Like, the wife is the asshole. I I was against it at first, but I came around to the point where I was willing to speak with the fertility doctor, but I let them know I was not saying yes at this point, as the whole idea seemed weird, as my kids would essentially be half siblings to this new child, which I think is a reasonable point. I think that thinking about the future kids, your children, and how difficult this would be to explain their relationship, I think that is a fair point to think about. I think, number one, even if he didn't have reservations already, I think that this should also be something that you take pause with, discuss with your partner about, you know, how are we going to explain this to the kids that they are like biologically half siblings and not cousins. Lampedia, never volunteer someone else's body for something. 100% agree. You should like, that's insane. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say insane. I apologize. I'm trying not to use ableist language. Well, after meeting with the doctor, it became very clear this was not an option, as my sister-in-law does not work and her husband only makes $50,000 a year. They could not afford the procedure. They asked my wife and I to help offset the cost, but that was not an option I was willing to explore, as I only make about $85,000 a year and we recently purchased a new home. We're trying to invest in college funds, etc. It was a hard no for me, and my wife was okay with that, but I think she would have found a way to get them some, if not all, the money. I told her she could put that decision on me, and she did exactly that. Okay. Let's continue. I'm just taking breaks to look at chat and see if there's anyone that I want to respond to. Well, my sister-in-law was upset and she called us selfish. It is your body. It is his body. He can be selfish as much as he wants to. Like, selfishness and, I don't know, decorum, whatever. That's not something that should be factored in here at all. Yes, be selfish. Be selfish with your body. It is yours. You own it. You should not ever feel shamed for not giving part of yourself to someone else. Ever. Never feel shamed about that. You are allowed to be selfish with your body, and selfishness does not need to have a bad connotation. You own your body. You do not have to let anyone do anything with it, no matter what. And that is everyone has that right to own their body. I'm going to take a bite of food. Eventually, I will be done eating. Also, good point. Unstable deadbeat. Besides, it sounds like he is thinking about his kids and family as well, so not just being selfish. I completely agree with that. And Phoenix says he is the only unselfish one in the story. I think that that is also true. I think that trying to paint him as selfish when this is a scenario where he should be selfish, he should get to decide what happens with his body, who he gets his sperm, etc. It's just a way of trying to push him into trying to push some weird warped social contract. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, usually calling someone selfish has like a bad connotation. People don't want to be called selfish. They don't want to be painted that way. So calling him selfish in this way is almost to try and force him into making the decision that she wants. It is very manipulative. Yeah, trying to peer pressure him into it. So, continuing. It turns out my sister-in-law knew we had quite a bit of money set aside in the kids' college fund, as before the kids were born, my wife was working, and we both put away a lot of money that we eventually turned into college funds for our kids. So it sounds like they're really responsible for their kids, which is great. Like, just completely aside, out of the rest of the story. If this is real, they've got college funds for their kids. I think that's great. I think that's really important. He at least sounds like a really good parent. We have roughly 45 grand set aside, which I don't think is enough, and we keep adding to it when we can. Anyway, a couple of days go by, and things seem to have calmed down. But my sister-in-law then asked my wife if she could essentially sleep with me in order to get pregnant. My wife was vehemently opposed to this at first, but after her sister explained she wasn't attracted to me and that there would be no passion, but just a means to an end, my wife thought it might be a good idea. I'm gonna just finish reading this paragraph and then we can talk about this. To be clear, my sister-in-law's husband is okay with this plan. My wife asked to go ahead with it, but I refused. I told her that they can adopt a kid out of foster care if they want another kid that bad. Now my sister-in-law is mad at me along with my wife, as she believes this would just be a good way to help them have another kid. I'm standing by my decision, and I have been sleeping in the spare bedroom since my hard no, but I am starting to doubt, thinking I might be being unreasonable. So, am I the asshole for refusing to impregnate and sleep with my sister-in-law? Holy shit. McCalrius 99 with 60 bits. Suddenly, Kequian H. Barrett with 50 bits. This has to be the most elaborate threesome ask ever. And it's with her sister. Like, this is the wife's sister. There are so many things wrong at this point. Like, they're trying to manipulate this guy. The wife was trying to agree for him. They're trying to get them, the OP and his wife, to pay for this. And then when that wouldn't work out, they're trying to have OP sleep with the sister-in-law. Which, like, you don't even really need to do if, like, to me it just seems like in this case the sister-in-law wants to sleep with OP. Like, I hope I'm not the only one that thinks that, like, you don't have to fuck your sister-in-law to impregnate her. Like, even if you weren't gonna go through, like, the official, like, fertility clinic route, you could do a turkey baster kind of thing. Yeah, random invite. No, you're not out of the ballpark thinking that's what this is. And Argonian Bum, why would it even have to be him at all? Why not a sperm bank? That is something that someone asks later, and he edits and explains that I think, number one, I think it's expensive to purchase sperm from a sperm bank. I don't think that they have enough money for do that. Grizzler guy, at least in this fake story there is consent. Yeah, like, I know that this is probably a fake story. I'm still going to get outraged by it because, you know what? Fake or not, I think genuinely this is something that could happen. Like, this isn't so far out there that I don't think it's possible. Phoenix says, I was thinking the same thing, Baja, just use the turkey baster. Chat is really funny. I keep getting distracted. Same. Also, Rent the Fool, that's a good point. Then have they enough money for another kid? They wouldn't. Like, if you don't have enough money to, go to the sperm bank or adopt or whatever, do you have, like, enough money for a kid even if you have sex and get impregnated by OP? Lampetia with 100 bits. A child is a whole person, not a memorial, not a prize, not a consolation. A whole person who will have to live with the consequences of adult decisions they had no part of. No one is owed a baby, no matter what they're going through. 100% agree. Fennec Agami with 75 bits. It's also pretty clearly toxic masculinity and part of this. They're basically assumed he was going to consent anyway. Notice how the women are discussing it first and are outraged that he dares to say no. 100% agree. Like, Harold Ellman says the answer to why not bareback a clean stranger is going to be all kinds of creepy promise. Yeah, so there are edits. The sister-in-law has one kid. Why is that not enough? I don't know. To me, like, Hannah and I, at this point, we have discussed, and before we got married, we discussed, we are on the same page about not wanting children. At least biological children, and at least right now. Like, I think that we are both open to, if we're ever in a financial situation where, we're stable, we might be open to fostering, like, teenagers that need homes, because there are a lot of foster kids that are older that need to be placed in the care of people that can do right by them. But that would be very far down the road, and it would be something that both of us talk about and decide. Like, having a baby, to me, like, it shouldn't be about just having, I don't know, like, it seems like this woman wants a baby so bad she doesn't care whose kid it is, when, like, to me, wouldn't she want it to be a decision that her and her husband make, where either they adopt a baby together that they both feel a connection to, or they both find a sperm donor that, maybe a sperm donor that looks like the husband, or someone from the husband's family, so that then the child is biologically related to both of them. Like, those are the things that are just like bouncing around in my head. It seems like there are so many other things that they could do, but I think that this sister-in-law knows that she can just manipulate her sister and get the sister to agree, yeah, you can sleep with my husband. No, I don't have to ask him about what he thinks about that. He'll do it if I ask him to. It's just so frustrating. So it seems like these people shouldn't be having another child. Definitely don't seem emotionally emotionally available enough to have a kid, seems like they don't care about anything beyond having a child to make themselves happy. Not because they want to care and love another human being that's its own person. Altered Rin says, I don't know if it's just me, but I get kind of weird ick when they're like, the kid has to be genetically related to us if we're getting a donor or something. I understand the desire to have a child that is biologically related to you. Like, I understand wanting to see yourself or your partner in a kid. Harold Elman says, smells like Kirkland brand eugenics to me. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that people have like an inherent desire to see themselves in their kid. And I guess I can kind of understand that. Like, I don't think that it's right. And if I did want kids, which I don't, if I did want kids, I would be fine if they, no matter what, biologically related to me and Hannah, that's great. Not, we adopt, that's also great. Like, I understand what you guys are all saying. Harold Ellman put it this way: if you and Hannah foster teens someday, don't you think you'll see yourselves in them in some way? Yes. I think that you can, like, anytime that you are, mentoring or raising a child, they will, be like you. But I also don't think that it's bad. Like, think about, like, gay couples. I don't think it's wrong for them to, if there are two men, I don't think that it's wrong for them to ask, one of the husband's relatives to, donate an egg so that it can be related to both of the husbands. I don't think that it's wrong to want that. It's also cheaper if you can have someone agree. Lupine is screaming downstairs. Alterrin said, I guess it's more this obsessive, it must be related to us stories that I hear all the time. Oh, I 100% agree. I think that if you are having a child, you should be open to, any child. It should never be, oh, it has to be related to us. That's not the point. For me, I understand why someone would want to have a biologically related child. Fennec Kagami, I have a biological kid, and every time I think about having another kid, especially because of how rough my wife's 2 pregnancies were, I'm so okay with adopting that it's becoming gross to me every time the obsession with biology comes up. I 100% agree. Like, I'm not saying that I think it's right for people to be like, they have to be related to me. Yes, Harold Elderman. That's exactly how I feel. Would want 100%. Must have 0. Absolutely think it's weird for people to, they must be related to you. But I also think that it's cool that we have the option of using these reproductive technologies to allow, you know, same gender couples, same sex couples, people that have fertility issues. I think that it's great that we have this technology to allow people to have a biological child if they want one. Okay. Anyway, we'll read the edits. So the money is in a joint account that requires 2 signatures for withdrawal, so my wife can't take the money. That's in reference to the college fund for the kids. Edit 2, my sister-in-law doesn't want to sleep with some random guy, as in her mind, her husband's mind, that would be cheating. But it's not cheating if it's me, since I am quote unquote unattractive. I'm at work and will edit, etc. That would be absurd. Like, that's absurd. It's not cheating if it's OP, but it's cheating if it's some random guy. Grizzler guy, I don't think that that's an acceptable thing to say. Sorry, I don't think that saying it's not okay for everyone to reproduce based on genetics, I don't think that that's an acceptable thing to say. I think that's very... no. So edit 3, to all the people suggesting divorce, it has never been an option for me, as I love my wife, but she seems to be easily manipulated by her sister, which is nothing new. Also, it's very expensive to get divorced and would be traumatic on my young kids. I have to think about my kids' well-being. If the wife is so easily manipulated by the sister, it might not be great to continue being married, because, what's going to happen if the sister tries to manipulate the wife into giving away one of her children or something? Yes, it definitely sounds like they need to set boundaries with sister-in-law. If you're in a bad relationship, divorcing is good for the kids, because staying in an unhappy or toxic marriage for the kids is awful. 100% agree. I think that it is worse to stay for the kids, because then the kids grow up thinking, oh, our parents are unhappy because of us. Like, our parents stayed unhappy just so that just for us. I don't think that that's great. Yeah. Astrofox, that's 100% true. It's not healthy to be in a house where adults are fighting all the time. I love you too, Father. Edit 4. Maybe I should get snipped, but I haven't yet, as my wife wants one more child and is hoping for a daughter. Edit 5. My wife has always been manipulated by her sister. Their parents are much older than my wife and my sister-in-law when my wife and my sister-in-law were born. And my sister-in-law was supposedly always good at getting her way. When their parents died, I think my sister-in-law was even more domineering. We moved a town over just for some space, but it hasn't helped much. I was an only child, so I don't quite understand the dynamic. I grew up pretty sheltered, but I had a good childhood and went to a good college where I earned a master's in history. Okay, so it sounds like the sister-in-law has always tried to get whatever she wants, to the point where they moved away. This one just talks about sister-in-law's looks, so I don't think that that's great. So I'm going to skip it, but this is the final edit. My head was spinning from all of the comments, and I couldn't even read half of them, as it seems to have attracted a little attention. I appreciate all the support of those who understood I was doing the right thing. My sense of right has become a little warped in the last few years, and I probably need to calibrate. Anyway, when my wife came home last night, she was visiting her sister with the kids. We had a talk, and it didn't go as I thought it would. I knew I was in the right, but I have a difficult time standing up to my wife, as she is the first and only woman I've ever been with, and while I'm not going to go into all the details of our conversation, I've come to the conclusion my wife will never be able to cut her sister out of her life, and it's clear her sister will always be in charge of that side of the family. Yikes. When I made the suggestion she do that, she just started yelling and breaking things like she always does, as she knows I will back down at that point. Oh, wow. That's abuse. He needs to take his kids and he needs to go. I'm not sure I can live like that anymore, as she has broken a lot of my stuff over the years, and I always laugh it off as my fault for upsetting her. Chat, if anyone is ever in a situation where you think that something is your fault for upsetting your partner when they are yelling and throwing things at you, it is not your fault. You do not deserve that. You should not have to be tiptoeing around to not upset them. People should not be throwing things, breaking things, destroying your stuff. That is abusive. This situation has opened my eyes. Maybe a divorce wouldn't be such a bad thing in the long run. This has given me a lot to process. I've always considered myself a nerd. My parents always told me I was one jokingly, but it was true, so I've never had much when it comes to self-esteem. I've let people run over me most of my life. I've come to realize I probably need to get into therapy. Okay, so it seems like this sister-in-law and the wife might have come from a toxic family situation, and they are perpetuating that as adults. So it seems like both the sister-in-law and the wife are trying to control OP and force him to do whatever they want. It's almost like there's this hierarchy of abuse happening. Like, the sister-in-law feels like she can control OP's wife, and then OP's wife feels like she can control OP. This whole situation fucking sucks. If this is real, OP needs to take his kids and leave and get divorced and get them all into therapy. If this is fake, then this person, might have a career in writing somewhere. I'm really sorry for anybody in chat that has had to deal with something like this before. And I hope that you're all safe now. Okay. Just a reminder for everyone. Feel free to submit links to Am I the Asshole posts if you would like. I'm very open to looking at things that other people have found. Yeah, so hypothetical, I think it's marked that because he is talking about would I be the asshole if I didn't donate the sperm. Or like, I don't know. But if it's hypothetical as in it's fake, then that's good. I'm glad that it's not real. Sorry, I had to cough. Okay. So, this is, am I the asshole for wanting to end a marriage over my wife's refusal to own up to cheating and abuse? I think I'm going to skip this one. This one seems heavy. Okay. Am I the asshole for admitting in front of all of my husband's friends that I've never had an orgasm? Recently, my husband's friends okay, I'm so sorry. I'm like reading ahead of myself. Recently was my husband's friend's birthday party. It was a bigger party and all of my husband's friends and their wives were there, no kids. One woman that I'm friendly with was annoyed with her husband and joked, "Men, if they didn't get us off, why would we keep them?" And she laughed. I awkwardly laughed, but I guess looked uncomfortable. She asked me what was up, and she pointed out that I made a weird face. I said, I've just never had an orgasm before, so I guess I couldn't relate. Almost a dozen people looked at me when I said that. It was super awkward. The wife then awkwardly asked, "Is everything okay down there?" And I said, "Yeah, just never had anyone try, I guess." For the next 10 minutes, all my husband's friends took turns insulting him in various ways. Many women talked about how they'd never be married to someone who didn't get the job done. My husband made us leave early. When we got home, he lectured me about how I humiliated him. I pointed out that she asked, and I have a tendency to be honest. He's been really upset the last several days, and he keeps saying he can't talk to his friends because now they think badly of him. Am I the asshole for being honest here? Edit, I've brought this issue up countless times in the past. He tells me that it's not important, not a big deal, that he doesn't get me off. Since it's not that important, I just don't see why I have to hide it, like some kind of dirty secret. So here's my view on this. Given that she has brought it up to him before and he just doesn't fucking care, it's not a big deal to him that he doesn't get her off. Like, no, she's not the asshole. If he doesn't think it's a big deal that she doesn't get to have an orgasm, then it shouldn't be a big deal if she talks about it. Phoenix says he doesn't care about her. Like, yeah, that's what it seems like. He's over here worried about the opinions of men and not his own wife about something directly affecting her. 100%. He cares that his friends don't see him the way that he wants to be seen. Also, chromesthesia. Yes, this is Oliver. He is our kitty. We have 3 kitties. He is our youngest. He is 2 years old. And honestly, I'm glad that the friends are ragging on him. Like, somebody has to call him out. Somebody has to get it to the point where he actually understands that this is a problem and something that he should care about. Like, because he clearly doesn't care that his wife, is bringing it up to him. It's not important when she brings it up. Doesn't affect him when she brings it up, apparently. Like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe his friends can shame him into being a better partner. Like, that sucks that someone has to do that. Phoenix says, it's like what Hannah was saying a few days ago about people who are assholes but want to be seen as good and want to be liked. Yes. Yes, 100%. They don't want... They want to be seen like, oh, I'm doing everything right. And even if behind the scenes I'm not, but don't tell people I'm not doing everything right. Harold Element, can't wait until they give him birthday presents and they're all sex toys for her. That would be great. But would his friends actually criticize his lack of effort or just mocking him for being bad in bed? I don't know. I mean, I kind of like being bad in bed does... Like, being bad in bed kind of is lack of effort sometimes, you know? Spokane Dogman Baja, what I found interesting is she said no one has cared enough to try before, implying she either picks awful guys or is a possible pathology going on where she can't get off with a partner. I lean towards the former, that she sucks at picking dudes. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily her fault that people haven't tried. Like, there's a lot of sexism and stuff in society about, oh, it doesn't matter if a woman gets off. Like, it doesn't matter if she orgasms because women don't like sex anyway. But there could be a possibility that she, like, maybe he is trying. Maybe other people have been trying. And she, if she hasn't already, she could go to, like, the gynecologist. Right. Phoenix says, I mean, even if she doesn't have an orgasm, I'm sure she would appreciate the effort. Agreed. Spokane Dogman Baja, I mean, she has poor self-esteem and not voicing her need to get off. Yeah. Based on the edit and the fact that she's brought this up to him and he brushes it off like it's not a big deal, it doesn't seem like he's tried. So, I don't think that she's the asshole for being honest. I pretty much never think anyone's the asshole for being honest. I think that sometimes people can be tactless, and unnecessarily hurtful when they're being honest. But I don't think inherently being honest about something could ever make you the asshole. Unless you're doing it in a mean way. Then sometimes you can be the asshole even if you are being honest. Okay. Let's read this one. Am I the asshole for telling my mother-in-law she was dead to me after she showed up in labor and delivery without my mother? For the past 3 months, it's been a very well-known plan that when I, 30 female, went into labor, my husband was going to drive me to the hospital and my mother-in-law was going to pick up my mother, my kids, and my grandmother all from one house. Both my mother-in-law and my mom were supposed to be in the delivery room. My gram was to watch my 2 kids in the waiting room. Everyone was in agreement with the plan. Now my husband and I have 2 sons already, and for both births, my mother was present. She helped me through so much of the mental anguish and panic, especially after my last, whom literally almost killed me. Trigger warning for descriptions of medical stuff. I was bleeding out on the table, and my mom was the only one able to keep me calm. I needed her to be with me with this baby too, mentally. So we worked this plan out several months in advance, and everyone was on the same page. I think that's reasonable. I think even considering having her, both her mother-in-law and her mom in the room is, really kind of her. Because you don't have to have anyone in the room that you don't want. Like, you don't even have to have your partner in the room. If you want to give birth by yourself with just medical personnel in the room, that's your right. So I think her even being willing to have her mother-in-law there is generous of her. yes, the person giving birth gets final say, period. It is their body, it's their right who gets to see them in that vulnerable position. And like I know that people have opinions on that sometimes, that like both parents should be in the room or all parents should be in the room. When it comes down to it, the person that is giving birth has to be comfortable, has to feel safe, has to be in a position where they are able to go through that. And if having other people there is detrimental to that, it could literally be a matter of life and death for the baby and the person giving birth. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. So it seems like they had this plan. They were all on the same page. Mother-in-law was going to go pick up her mom, her grandma, and her kids. Sounds like a good plan. However, I go into labor. We make the phone call to mother-in-law and my mom, telling my mom to be ready and my mother-in-law to go get my mother. An hour and 15 minutes later, mother-in-law shows up at the hospital without my mom, my kids, or my grandmother. She said, well, it's late, so we need to just let everyone sleep. What? It was 9:30 p.m. and then sat her ass down on the chair in the delivery room and jumped on her phone. I told her in a pissed off tone to go get my mom. That was the plan. I needed my mom, etc., etc. And she wouldn't. At this point, saying that she didn't feel up to driving that much. My mom lives 20 minutes from her house, an hour away. So I told her to get the fuck out of the room and that she was dead to me. I think that's a reasonable response. I think that's a reasonable fucking response. She couldn't do one thing that they had agreed on. It's her own fault that her mom is now an hour away from her. Like, mother-in-law should have just gone to the house on the way there. See, if mother-in-law had a fight with OP's mom and driving was impossible, I could have at least understood this a little bit, but this, nah. Agreed. Darling Dr. Lambchop says, okay, true story. When my mom had my brother, Dad went home to feed their new puppy while she was in labor. She was okay with that. It took a while. When I was born, the nurse shoved Dad out of the room because he almost fainted. She actually said, if you pass out, we'll just step over you, your choice. That must suck. When my mom was born, so my mom's mom, my grandma, she, is passed, unfortunately, but she was my best friend. I loved her so much. She was wonderful. We were very similar, and just thinking about her makes me feel teary-eyed, you know? But yeah, so my grandma, she had 5 kids, and between my mom and her oldest sibling, there is, I think, 12 years. So my grandma had 4 kids, and then I think she had a couple of miscarriages, and then had my mom. So when my mom was in kindergarten, her oldest sister was graduating from high school. Needless to say, that's a lot of pregnancies. And when my mom was born, my grandma and my grandpa went to the hospital. My grandpa dropped her off, went home and took a nap, probably got drunk, and then like begrudgingly came back to pick them up after my mom was born. He literally just left, didn't support her, didn't care what happened. Yeah, husband of the year. But not surprising, he was an abusive alcoholic. Anyway, Mr. Blast, my dad, says he was a big old juicy turd. Agreed, father. Although I didn't know him for very long. He died like when I was 5. Arendelle plays I'm so sorry for your grandma. Thank you. Okay, anyway, let's pick up where we left off. The amount of resent and disgust that I felt toward her in this moment is honestly not something I feel I will overcome at any time soon. She was pissed, saying that my mom got to experience 2 births already and how she didn't do anything wrong and she was just being respectful of people's sleep. Why does she think anyone was asleep? She has no reason to think that they were asleep. So, just being respectful of other people's sleep, and she wasn't leaving. She was actually escorted out. Now, my mom was able to make it to the hospital literally just as I was giving birth. That's so good. Oh my gosh. I'm so thankful that her mom was able to make it. My kids and my grandmother weren't able to make it, which bothers me a great deal. We promised our kids they would be the first to meet their sister outside of us and Grammy. I cannot forgive my mother-in-law for this at all. I honestly feel like I hate her with every fiber of my being, but I'm being told I'm taking this too far and that it wasn't that big of a deal. Am I the asshole? Okay. My opinion, not the asshole. And yeah, I want to know that too, Captain Squid. Who is telling her this? Who is telling her that she's taking it too far and that it wasn't a big deal? If it's the husband, then he's an asshole. If maybe the mother-in-law or like some like flying monkeys, like other people that are close to the mother-in-law are telling OP that, then just ignore them. Astrofox, some people do not understand not forgiving family members. That's true. There are a lot of people that think that family deserves to be forgiven no matter what they did. And that's not the case. You do not have to forgive anyone for anything, even if they're related to you. Mr. Whiskers with 50 bids, not the asshole. Agreed. So, let's read this one. Am I the asshole for telling my brother's girlfriend that he had a vasectomy when she was telling about their plans to settle down and have a family? My brother, Mark, 40, won the lottery when he was 20 years old. It was $1,000 a week for life. He was young and wanted to travel. He dropped out of school and spent his entire adulthood basically seeing the world. He comes home to visit every few years, and we FaceTime with him when he is near a signal. He doesn't travel first class or stay in expensive resorts, so he was actually built up some nice savings. He came home with a girlfriend, Haley, 28, this year. Okay, so there's a 12-year age gap. I don't know, I'm always sus at age gaps, but at some point it matters less. Like if you're 65 and your boyfriend's like 77, I don't think that matters very much, you know? I don't think that's like the biggest deal. But I am still sus about age gaps. This is giving me soap opera vibes like my Grammy used to watch. It's a dramatic story after dramatic story. I agree. This is very soap opera-y. He came home with a girlfriend, Haley, 28, this year. They met when they got stuck in South Africa during the pandemic. She has been traveling since she graduated from university, and she works out of a laptop. I, female 54, live in the same city where I was born. I love it here. I love being close to my parents, my grandchildren, and most of my siblings. Mark hated being the youngest of 8 and always swore he would not have kids. Our parents were older when they had him, and they didn't have the energy for him, truth be told. Yeah, I think having kids, you know, at the point when you're so old that you can't care for them in the way that, like, kids need to be, I don't think that that's right. I think that's just setting someone up for failure. You know, like, a kid is gonna feel like they were neglected compared to their siblings. So I can understand why he didn't want to have kids. I think that any reason not to have kids is valid. Haley is a pretty young thing, and she is also intelligent and sweet. I can understand why anyone would fall in love with her. Oh, sorry, I skipped a part. Mark came home when he was 30 and told us all he had had a vasectomy and that he would not be contributing to the world population. I think that's fair, and it's irresponsible if you don't want kids to get a vasectomy. I think that's, you know, completely fair. We were having a family barbecue to celebrate Mark being in town. There were maybe 30 people in my parents' yard and house. I was talking to Haley about her future plans now that the world is opening up again. She said that she was ready to settle down and start a family. I asked if they were planning on adopting from one of the countries they had traveled to, or if they would be trying in North America. She said they had talked about it and would be having at least one child of their own. This may be where I fucked up. I asked where Mark got his vasectomy reversed, or if they were having in vitro fertilization. I know they can harvest sperm from a testicle even after a vasectomy. She went very quiet and went over to Mark. They spoke and left. Mark called me later that night to scream at me for ruining his life. He hadn't told her, and he was planning on just continuing to travel and maybe adopt if they decided on it. He said I shared private medical information and that he never wanted to see me again. I apologized over and over. I seriously had no way of knowing that he was planning a future with this girl without telling her a pretty big piece of the puzzle might be missing. I feel bad for him, but I think he should have told her. Oh. Oh. Okay. So he knew that this girl wanted kids. Knew that she wanted to have at least one that was biologically related. but didn't talk about it, like didn't tell, okay, that's not okay. You know that your partner wants kids and you're keeping from them the fact that you had a vasectomy. You should be talking to your partner. This is a huge thing. You should not be in a relationship where you can't talk about these things. Discordant Bull, I think everyone here is an asshole, except her, of course, with 100 bits. I assume that you mean everyone is the asshole except for, like, the girlfriend, Haley. I think that it's understandable for the sister, so OP, to be confused. And especially since he very specifically told all of them that he didn't want kids and that he had had a vasectomy. I think that there's no way for her to assume that Haley wouldn't know. But it's not great that she outed this, but I kind of understood why she did. Okay, so there's a mixed bag. I think this might be one where we should have a poll. Poll. Let's have a poll. Okay, so for the poll, this is going to be in reference to the person that wrote the post. So the options are going to be, you're the asshole, not the asshole, everyone sucks here, and no one sucks here. So I'm going to start the poll. Oh. Someone already started a poll. Okay. Thank you, Halloween Town. So far, only one person is saying that OP's the asshole. Okay, so the verdict was OP's not the asshole. It could also, yeah, you're right, Xandress. A lot of chat abstained because of the 2 answers only vote. Yeah, I was in the process of making a poll where there were multiple answers. I think I'm gonna be, so honestly, while I can understand that it's not great that that OP told this person's business, how was she supposed to know it was a secret? Okay, I'm gonna do another poll. Some people are asking for another poll, so we'll do not the asshole, You're the asshole. Everyone sucks here, and no one sucks here. So they're abbreviated. If you need reminders of what the abbreviations are, just ask in chat. So there's going to be 4 options: not the asshole, you're the asshole, everyone sucks, and no one sucks. So, yes. Civil war is back on the table. And for this case, everyone sucks here does not include the girlfriend. So. Excuse me. What do the comments say on this? That's a good question. There's gonna be an ad in a minute. I don't want to waste the last snooze, so anybody that's not subbed, I'm sorry, you're about to get an ad. So in my opinion, I wouldn't say that she's the asshole. I voted not the asshole in the poll. Because while I understand that it's not her place to tell this, I don't think that she had any reason to think that he was keeping it a secret when he was very open about it to everyone. And you would assume that if someone's in a long-term relationship, they would be talking about, and like if they're planning on having kids, which it seems like the girlfriend very much seemed like they had talked about it. I think that it's shitty that he wasn't telling this information, and it seemed like his plan was very much to continue the relationship, continue not telling her, and just act like, oh, I don't know why we aren't getting pregnant, maybe we should just adopt or just keep traveling. Let's see. So the poll ended and not the asshole won. So 78% said OP was not the asshole, which that's how I voted. Everyone sucks here was 28%, and no one said you're the asshole or no one sucks here. Discordant Vol, it does seem like a weird strat of she wants to have a kid of our own first, but I don't want kids, so I get a vasectomy and never tell her, or get it reversed when I feel ready because I want to keep the relationship. So thanks for the bits, and yeah, it seems like he is trying to make the decision for her, which isn't great. That's you should not do that. If you don't want kids, you need to tell your partner. It sucks that him and her don't have the same plans, but you're not compatible if your plans aren't lining up. Okay. Anyway. Oh, there's a hype train. Thank you, everyone. Main Captain subscribed at tier 1 for 8 months. Almost a sub, baby. Almost a sub, baby. So we are at 55% to level 1, and there's 4 minutes left. Thank you so much, everyone. Ooh, Discordant Vol gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Skipazoa with 100 bits. Where's Hannah? So Hannah and I have COVID. It is hitting Hannah pretty hard right now. So she is downstairs either asleep or, you know, she's not working. She had a really bad fever this morning, and I offered to stream for her. Yes, so Hannah definitely needed to rest. I am getting better. I'm like 75% better. I still have a cough, and it wasn't fun. But yeah, so Hannah's getting some rest. Discordant asks, has your sense of taste returned? No. So there are some things that I can taste and it's muted. Harold Ullman says, Baja, you're doing great at this. Any chance of becoming more regular post y'all's COVID? I don't know. It's maybe. Right now I'm trying to finish up my dissertation and stuff. But after that, it's possible that I might do some more streams, or maybe stream like not on Hannah's channel, but I don't know. I'm not making any promises. It all depends. We're at 68% of level 2 with 3 minutes left. Let's see. What was I talking about? Oh, my sense of taste. So lots of my sense of taste is gone. There are some things very specifically that I cannot taste, like chocolate. I can't taste lemon. Things that I can taste are like smoky flavors. And salt. I've been putting salt on everything. I described chocolate, like the taste of chocolate, to Hannah as it tasted like I was tasting around chocolate. Like if the taste of chocolate is this whole complex entity, I'm getting like the very periphery of it. And it feels very like the monotone version of flavor. I also cannot taste cinnamon at all. Like I literally, so I had a friend who had COVID a year ago, and she told me that cinnamon tasted so spicy she couldn't eat it at all. So I was testing that because, you know, as a scientist, I wanted to test that. And so I literally stuck cinnamon on my tongue, like ground cinnamon, just put it on there. And it literally tasted like nothing. There was no flavor. It was just like having gritty particles in my mouth. I told Hannah it was the antithesis of tasting something. Let's see. MH Dark Beast. Hannah has mentioned it a few times, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter. Why do you hate Herbert West, aka the Reanimator, so much? Is it because of the wet cat puppet? That and the I've only seen it once. I believe that there's like a gross like sexual assault scene, if I'm remembering correctly. And I don't know, I just don't like it. Thank you for the level 1 hype train, everyone. I appreciate you all for you know, giving me bits, giving Hannah bits, and making it so that Hannah can get some rest. I know that I'm not Hannah. I'm not what you guys are all looking for stream, but thank you for letting me do this for my wife today. Discordant Bull, you can still taste soy sauce because it's one of the basic ones. Thank you for the bits. And yeah, I can taste salt, which is, I know soy sauce has a more complex taste than that, but things that are salty I can still taste. So like soy sauce and like hummus and things like that. How does COVID affect your sense of taste? It basically attacks the cells that are responsible for taste. So a lot of like in your oh my god. So also my brain is messed up. It's very hard to pull things out of my brain. It's like having something on the tip of your tongue, but with everything. So the respiratory tract gets attacked by COVID, because COVID takes advantage of the ACE2 pathway. It binds to that protein that's on the outside of your cells, and that's how it invades the cell. And because that's present on the cells that make up, like your salivatory glands and your mouth and esophagus and the passages between your nose and your throat. Because those get attacked, you lose a lot of those cells. And then it can also mess with nerves. And like, I don't have this diagnosed. I haven't been to the doctor. But since I've had COVID, it feels like I am having neuropathy, where it just constantly feels like my hands are like having pins and needles. And so I think some of the hypothesis is that loss of taste, especially long-term loss of taste, could be due to like nerve damage. Baja, what do we need to do for you to bite an onion like an apple? I would do that normally. So not much. Can we just watch Baja trying foods? It would not be that interesting. Let's see. Who's your friend with 100 bits? We're having a great time. We'd never want you to be anyone but yourself. Thank you. Discord and Bull with 100 bits. It's because the area under attack is connected to your sense of smell. You can still taste certain things with your tongue alone. Yes. Like, it basically attacks things that relate to both your sense of smell and taste. So my sense of smell is also gone. Something funny is Hannah and I got food delivered because, we were feeling bad. And we got root beer, which I really love root beer. It was spicy. Root beer is not supposed to taste spicy. It's evergreen. It's literally a mint flavor. Like, that's what root beer is supposed to taste like. Or at least it does ever since sarsaparilla, I think it was banned. And so they can't use that flavor anymore in the United States. So it's now like wintergreen or evergreen or some kind of minty thing. It's not supposed to taste spicy. It literally was like I had drank capsaicin. Demos says, my sister reports permanent memory issues after she caught COVID. Yeah, I've heard that from quite a few people. Peep Lord with 100 bits. I had all my smell. I had all my smell when I had COVID. I was really looking forward to eating an onion like an apple, but was so disappointed. Could you bite that? Could you bite that ogre? Oh, Shrek, duh. I don't want to bite an ogre, no thank you. Opinions on Danzy. I don't like Danzy. She's annoying. No, I think we had mug root beer, but all root beer is made from wintergreen now. Wintergreen and vanilla. Root beer is delicious. I know that in Europe, though, the flavor that root beer is made with is used in medicine a lot. And I believe it's sarsaparilla that's banned as a flavoring because I think it causes cancer. Oh, my wife is in chat. Hi, wife. You're laying? That's ominous. Where are you laying? What about Bob redeemed hydrate? I can actually hydrate with water and Gatorade. I love you, wife. Okay. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours somehow. Let's see. Let's see if there are any comments. Oh, wow. Someone said, I worked at an IVF clinic. Wife had every test in the book for 6 months before her husband finally did a sperm analysis, which showed that he was firing blanks. He finally fessed up that he had a vasectomy. I felt so bad for the wife. An entire year trying for a baby and 6 months of invasive testing, and her husband said nothing. That fucking sucks. I could not imagine, like, putting someone through that. Like, I know that I don't want kids, but imagine wanting a kid and trying to get pregnant, and every month you are like, you're not getting pregnant, and you have that hope, and then it's just dashed. And then to find out that your husband knew why the whole time. Argonian Bum says, are people like so scared of societal judgment that they won't just up and admit that they don't want kids? Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of people are afraid to admit they don't want kids. And yeah, I would divorce this person as well. Number one, they're lying, but they also don't care that they're hurting you every single time. Like, they are putting you through something even though they know that it's not going to work, and they don't care. They don't care about seeing you devastated. Like, it's devastating for people that want to have a baby when they, and if they can't. And it's easy to forget that. Like, when you don't want kids, it's easy to forget that some people do. That's very true, Argonian Bum. Like, trying for a kid is stressful because you have to keep track of ovulation and, you know, be very diligent about it. And yeah, Discordant Bull says, and she would definitely think it was her fault. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. Excuse me. Let's check out this one. Am I the asshole for ending things after he refused to buy me tampons? I, 27 female, had Friday night date plans with my 28 male boyfriend. There were a few things I needed to do before driving the 35 minutes to his place to have our dinner and movie. I had just got off work and needed to shower, take care of my pet, pack for the night, and clean a bit before heading out. Right before my shift ended, I got my period, yay. And with that came super bad cramps, back pain, headache, and all the fun period things that I didn't expect. And so I planned to head to a nearby store the closer I got to his place to buy tampons and some period pads. Right before I showered, I get an ETA call from him telling him the time he should expect me and gave him a heads up that I'm not feeling too well. He offers sympathy and then asks if there's anything he can do for me. I hesitated before I answer because in the past he's asked and I've said, and nothing came of it. I decided to just give it a shot and ask if he could run to the store since it's about a 2-minute drive from his place and grab the items for me. I said I can send you the exact products I need, which is just 3, and also Venmo him. He chuckles and said, no, we can just go together to grab those things. I'm shocked and state, that would just be a waste, I'll just run there myself. Sometime later, I finish my tasks, run to the store, grab my period products, and head to his place. It's once we're sitting down later that I asked him why he didn't want to grab the items for me after he asked if he could help me. He answers, I'm not going to embarrass myself, we could have grabbed it together, besides I didn't want to get up in the middle of a game. After hearing this, I ended things and left. Wow. What is embarrassing about going to the store and getting tampons and pads? I'm very glad that she left him. And so quickly. I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why he finds it embarrassing to go and buy tampons and pads, which half the world uses. Yeah, I think it's immaturity for sure. I agree, Argonian Bum. Normalize having no tolerance for adult men that complain about periods. Agreed. Also, why ask if there's anything that he can do for her if he doesn't want to get up in the middle of the game? Sorry, I'm getting messages from my mom and her friend. They're at a concert and they're sending me pictures. It's cute. That's true. He wants the appearance of doing something for OP, but not put in actual effort. Let's see. MH Shark Beast with 50 bits. Here's something fun for you and chat, Baja.
Juice, and I'll say this.
I don't have any headphones in. Discordant with 100 bits. I guarantee he's surrounded by the type of people who would never stop giving him grief for being observed buying them, and he's internalized that. I guess. That sucks, though. That he's surrounded by people like that. Okay. I did hear that they kicked Lauren Boebert out of Beetlejuice. I'm just making sure that this doesn't show. Okay. Because there is video of her partner, like, groping her, and I don't know how Twitch feels about that. Beetlejuice, it's a show. I don't know if it's a musical or if it's just... It's gotta be a musical, right? And, yeah. So, Lauren Boebert basically got kicked out of this musical because she was vaping, and there was a pregnant woman behind her, and she asked her to stop vaping, and Lauren Boebert basically told her to fuck off, I think. And during the musical, not only was she vaping, but her and her boyfriend, husband, whomever, were also groping each other. So she had her hand between his legs, and he was doing the most insane things to her breasts. And I apologize for using the insane. He was doing wild things to her breasts that were not appropriate whatsoever. So then she proceeded to say that she was not vaping in the building. So a news station got the security footage and blasted it all over, which is nice. So let's see what this guy has to say.
So I just seen on Fox News that they kicked Lauren Boebert out of Beetlejuice, and I'll say this about the situation. No politician has been treated more unfairly in a theater than Lauren Boebert. I guarantee that. You even think about tapping me on the shoulder and asking me to leave, I'll put my phone down, look you dead in the eye and say, hey, wait 525,600 minutes here. What on Flat Earth is going on? Can I not enjoy production? I won these tickets off the radio. I'm not going nowhere. You go ahead and ask me or Jason Aldean to leave. Try that during our town. See what happens. All of a sudden you can't vape in a theater no more? We've all been to a poetry slam, and I haven't, but you have. And when they're up there skippity bebopping or whatever they do, at the end, that people finger snap. That's how you know it was good. That's what Lauren Boebert was doing. When you're as white trash as she is, you don't finger snap, you vape. Hell, the production ain't good unless the whole theater smells like cotton candy, maple syrup, watermelon, gummy bears. One time I was at a show so good, everybody was vaping. I got to looking around, I said, hey, wait a minute. Is the Undertaker about to come out in here? God dang. Then they were saying Lauren Boebert and her date were touching each other inappropriately. Again, white trash people don't finger snap. They finger pop. That's how good the musical was. You ever just get caught up in them songs? Next thing you know, it's chitty chitty grab a titty. I'll cut a hole in a popcorn bucket so quick and turn this into Weenie Todd. I don't care. Sometimes you just get moved by the production. People are just rude. They'll just lean into you and say, could you not vape in here? Put your phone down. Hey, could you not finger pop in here? This is High School Musical, and by that I mean we're at the Wizard of Oz. People are just rude. You need to leave Lauren.
I think this is very clearly satire. And if somehow it's not satire, then he is not presenting it in the way that he wants it to be presented. But based on all of the references to other musicals and stuff, and him calling her Lauren Blobert, I think it's satire. There's a link to it.
Lauren Blobert alone. She's not inappropriate. Her and the rest of her party are pro-family. That's why they're always trying to make one with people who aren't their spouse. But today, I'm raising my emotional support beer to my fair lady, Lauren Blobert. Hey, I just won 2 tickets off the radio to Avenue QAnon. If you want to go with me, baby girl, here's to you.
That was great. I like him. Never seen him before, I don't think. Unless he looks very different without glasses on. But I enjoyed that. If someone wants to use some channel points to relieve me of this hat, I would not be upset about it. Just so we know, this hat is very warm, and I'm very warm, and I would not hate it. Thank you, What About Bob? You're my hero. What would you like me to wear? Probably not some of Hannah's glasses, since I can't see with them. Yes, Oliver. He is right here. Hello, Olive. Say hello to everyone. Don't bite me, though. Okay, I'm gonna grab something else to wear. Jay lost with 50 bids. I don't know whether or not Chitty Chitty Grab a Titty actually exists, but I really want to see it now. Overthought gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. I am wearing this because I haven't gotten to wear the bullet crown yet. Yes. So Oliver is very much a mama's boy. So I'm mama and Hannah's mommy, and he is a mama's boy. A lot. Hi, buddy. Oh, my sweet little guy. Hello, my sweet little guy. Let's just have... Look at the Olive. Funny. Oh, the baby. Look at him. He's just a little baby. But he's huge. I don't think you all realize this cat is gigantic. He's huge. Olive. He is a very sweet boy until he tries to bite you. He gets play aggression. So we have to, like, be careful. He like gets very overstimulated. Profane Priestess, are you saying Olive is a chunky lad? He's not chunky. He's just huge. Like, he weighs a normal amount for his body size. He's just gigantic. Like, I think that he could genuinely feasibly harm us if he wasn't a domestic animal. you know? Yeah, scaled up in both X and Y axis, not just X axis. He is not part Maine Coon as far as we know. But it's possible. And Overthought, he never gets the brain cell. So there's a joke that all orange cats share one brain cell. I think that he's gotten custody of the brain cell for maybe 1 minute his whole life. My throat is doing okay. I'm gonna drink some water though, since you said that. Like, it still hurts, but it, like, talking isn't making it hurt more. For Hannah, talking was making her voice hurt more, which is one of the reasons she didn't stream. Also, I don't think that you all, like, she was having the most horrific fever. Like, I was genuinely scared. She was asleep, and I woke her up to get her to take medicine. Like, her face was so red, it was almost purple because of how warm she was. Karagos, that's why my orange cat keeps it too long. That's what causes his anxiety issues. I don't know what her fever got up to, but I was at the highest fever I got was 101.5. Damos says, no, it's my orange boy who keeps the brain cell, uses it to open doors and be a therapy boy. That's cute. Olive could never. Lou and Cass can open doors. At least, you know, push them open. Olive cannot. Okay. Let's do a couple more. This one's not too long. Am I the asshole for refusing to cater for my sister's wedding after she ghosted me for 5 years? I, 33 male, am a professional chef and own a successful upscale restaurant in my city. My younger sister, female 29, and I used to be best of friends until 5 years back when we had a falling out over a minor issue. She lent a prized book of mine to her friend without asking me, and it came back in a state of disrepair. That sucks. I hate when you lend something to someone and it comes back not the way that you gave it to them. The disagreement spiraled into a fight, and she cut me off completely, refusing to communicate with me despite my numerous attempts to apologize and fix things. I'm not sure why OP feels like he needed to apologize, because she is responsible for lending the book to her friend and it coming back damaged. Stromboli for Wi-Fi with 50 bits. At a wedding right now with one trans bride and one cis bride. It was so beautiful. Imagine yours. The same. I love being around their trans friends in such an accepting environment. Gotta get back to it. Love you, Baja. That's so great. I'm so happy. Hannah and I's wedding was beautiful. And I'm so happy when other people are happy and getting married. Oh, wrong screen. Sorry. You all just had to listen to me. Anyway. So, 3 weeks back, out of nowhere, I received a call from her. My joy was short-lived when she quickly got to her point. She was getting married and wanted me to cater her wedding for free. Moreover, her request was not merely to provide the main course, but also specialized gourmet meal options for her cosmopolitan guest list, a task that involves a lot of work and money. I felt a pang of hurt. It felt incredibly selfish and hurtful that after 5 years of silence, she contacted me for a favor, an expensive one at that. Hence, I declined, telling her that while I was happy about her upcoming nuptials, it was unfair for her to expect me to invest so much of my time, resources, and expertise for free, especially after the way she treated me. Now my parents are upset with me, saying that it's been long and I should have forgiven her. They think I'm being vengeful and using this opportunity to get back at her, but honestly, I'm just deeply hurt. Reddit, am I the asshole? Old enough to know better with 50 bits. My sister is getting married and she is honoring me being non-binary by making me the bride's person and letting me wear a suit. That's so great. I'm so happy to hear that. One of my really good friends who's also in the lab that I work in, her and her husband got married 2.5 years now, and they had a groom's person because they're non-binary. And so it was great to see. Obviously, they wore a tux. I don't know. It's just great. I love seeing that. Sorry, I keep having to cough. Sparkly Dystopia says, I feel like even if they were already on good terms, expecting a ton of your friends/sibling services for free is kind of ridiculous. But the fact they hadn't talked in ages on top of everything, yeah, for real. We, for our wedding, had so much generosity in terms of particularly, I have a friend who I've known from middle school. Her and her boyfriend, so she was a bridesmaid, and her boyfriend were so incredible. They helped Hannah and I set up. They went and grabbed stuff for us that we forgot. They stayed and cleaned after everybody else left. Literally, they did so much. And I don't think that they're going to get married, but if they ever decide to have some kind of ceremony, Hannah and I are going to pay them back and do the same thing. Like, they treated us so incredibly. Plus, not only that, but they had to drive all the way from basically Iowa. So they live super, super, super west in Illinois. Yes, they are family. Yeah, and it meant everything to us. And then Broha, my brother, he was incredible. There was a mix-up with the catering at our wedding, and so we had Olive Garden cater our wedding, and you prepay, which I did, and had the receipt and everything. Somehow, I don't know how, the Olive Garden that was catering it, the one that was closest, lost my payment information. And we were in the middle of nowhere with hardly any cell service. And obviously we weren't we weren't on our phones. So the woman delivered it, and she was like, I can't take it out of the car until it's paid for. And I was like, I paid, I have the receipt, like, they're holding that money. So on my end, from my bank, the money was being held and was, earmarked as going to this. They just had to, their bank or their accounting or whatever had to accept the payment. For some reason, it wasn't happening. And so Broha stepped in and put his card down, paid for it. And obviously the next day I was able to immediately pay him back with the money that had been released because it was no longer going towards Olive Garden. But yeah, I don't know how it happened. No one ever explained it to me. But that was so generous of him. And he also helped us set all of the catering and stuff up. He was my man of honor, so I had a man of honor and a maid of honor. I'm sure that most of you know Hannah and I are godmothers. We have a goddaughter. My maid of honor was, who's my best friend, was pregnant with our goddaughter during the wedding. So, like, we were just surrounded by so much love from my people on our wedding day. And it was just so wonderful. And the reason for that is because I have good relationships. Like, I have great friends. I have friends that I've had for so long. But this person seems like the sister seems like she was just trying to take advantage of her brother, even though she cut off a relationship with him for something she did, something she caused. And so I don't know. Like, I understand getting help from people for your wedding. We had so much help. Phoenix said, my brain is so weird. It finished that sentence before Baja could with, and she gave birth at my wedding. We were very worried that she was going to give birth at the wedding. She gave birth, 3 weeks later. A little longer than 3 weeks later. But no, she was having, Braxton Hicks contractions during the wedding. She was a trooper. But anyway, First Name Bunch of Numbers has it right. She only got in contact because she wanted something from him. She was like, how can I get free catering for my wedding? I'll ask my brother, who I haven't talked to in 5 years, because my friend destroyed his book and I didn't want to, take accountability for that. That's not great. So, chat. One other thing that I was considering. So, we can keep looking at Am I the Asshole stuff if we want to. Or, I had put in the title of this stream, I think YouTube drama. I'm also very sorry about your migraine. Migraines suck. I get vestibular migraines. So basically feels like I have vertigo when I have a migraine. I've been to a neurologist and stuff about it, and I take stuff recommended to help. So I completely understand. Migraines suck. Anyway, so we could also talk about sorry, I'm distracted and warm. So this stream, I also was thinking about talking about like YouTuber drama. I think that's in the title, so we could move on to that if you all want. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm fine right now. I hardly ever get those migraines anymore. Thankfully, I'm very lucky that this is not medical advice, but my neurologist told me to take magnesium to help. And that's what I take magnesium. It very much helps me. When I get the migraines, though, something else that helps me is there's a motion sickness medication that's not Dramamine. It's the one that's not Dramamine, because I'm allergic to Dramamine. So I take that and it helps too. Anyway, so the YouTuber drama I was thinking about talking about, and I put drama in quotations because it's not drama as much as it's someone doing something really shitty, right? And what I was thinking about is covering and commentating on some of Swoop's interview with Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband, Josh. So this is obviously a video by Swoop, who is a wonderful documentary filmmaker. Who interviewed Colleen Ballinger's ex-husband. I am definitely not going to talk about the shoe on head stuff. No. Anyway. Okay, so I will introduce this, because it looks like at least a couple of people don't know who Colleen Ballinger is. I need to move the screen a little bit so that... Can I resize this? Let's see. How's that? Sorry, everyone. I am not a professional streamer, so you'll just have to bear with me. Okay, so Colleen Ballinger is the woman that plays Miranda Sings. So there is a Netflix special that she did about, Miranda. Is called Haters Back Off. And she is the one that has been even in the mainstream news because of allegations of her grooming minors, particularly Adam McIntyre, who is a YouTuber, and she's the one that did the Toxic Gossip Train ukulele apology video. I don't think that it should ever even count as an apology video. All she did was belittle things that she put literal children through. So Adam McIntyre, he basically used, she basically used Adam as a therapist, kind of, when he was a minor, talking about her divorce with him, and she was having group chats with him and other minor fans, and then was basically trying to get him to do PR for her, and like attacking her ex-husband. She was basically like, find dirt on Josh and put it out there, saying that to her fans. And this is alleged. And she also told Adam, I'll let you be in charge of the Miranda Sings Twitter account, because she had already used some of his ideas for Miranda Sings. And I can see what you said, Demos. It does pop up because I'm on Hannah's account. So the chat, it highlights Hannah's name. If you want to link it, we can probably watch it. Anyway, so she basically let Adam run her Miranda Sings account as like a trial run, him doing work for her for free when he was a minor, with the possibility that he could be like a social media intern for her. Which unpaid internships are unethical, if not illegal. There are unpaid internships, but I believe in most places, like I'm pretty sure California, which is where Colleen is, they have to be attached to some kind of like school credit. So you can do an internship, but you have to be getting something in return, some kind of training, school credit, etc. And so she basically took the fact that this child was a fan of hers and used that to her advantage, allegedly, to have him post on this account. And then when something got her some backlash that was posted on the account that she literally gave him permission to post, thought the idea was funny, she blamed him, even though she approved it. She's the adult, and everything, she blamed him. Really disgusting. She also sent him, when he was, I believe, 14 or 15, panties, like a bra and panty set, like a lacy bra and panty set, which is creepy as fuck. And then when he brought this up 3 years ago, saying, hey, this wasn't okay, she edited a bunch of stuff to make it seem like he wanted her to send it, and he asked her to send that bra and panty set. But she completely edited out and changed the entire context to make Adam look bad and make people basically go after this still minor child. I think he was 17 at that point when he was like, hey, this isn't okay. So as far as I know, his parents did take the bra and panty set away from him. So they were like, no. But from what I understand, she also would try and get him to keep secrets from his parents, and was always uncomfortable if she invited him to have coffee with them, and when she found out that his mom was coming or his mom was with him, she was very weird about it. Which is not good. That is part of grooming, is having the child keep secrets from their parents or guardians and have them alone. Yes, it's literally classic grooming tactics. And a lot of people think that grooming is inherently sexual, and it can be. You can be groomed for that, and I apologize if this is triggering for anyone. But it's really can also be grooming them for any purpose. So getting free labor from them, using them to attack your ex-husband, there's also, very creepy group chats where she's asking Adam, what's your favorite sex position? Also, allegedly, she distributed Trisha Paytas's paywalled adult content. Allegedly, she sent that to Adam when he was a minor. Which you should not be sending anyone's paywalled content to anyone for any reason. So that's backstory for this. Yes. So Sparkly Dystopia, she also had minors do sexual stuff, and I put that in quotation marks because there is a veneer of it not being sexual. So I believe it was Becca. I believe Becca was invited up on stage, and she's talked about this publicly. She was brought up on stage when she was a minor. I think she was 15 or 16, and it was for a yoga challenge in the Miranda Sings live show, which Colleen is Miranda Sings, that's her character. And there is a part in the show where Miranda will bring someone on stage and have them do a yoga pose, which is the kid or person spreading their legs up in the air, and then Miranda will make a joke pretending you farted. And one of these girls that was brought up on stage was wearing a romper. She was not clothed in a way that would be appropriate and safe for this thing. And so instead of, seeing instead of Colleen seeing that, okay, I might not want to have her come up here because it would be dangerous, instead of being the adult and being like, actually, hey, like, I don't think that this is safe, and protecting her, and not, accidentally exposing her on stage and leaving her vulnerable, she didn't. She had her come up on stage, had her, spread her legs, did the pretend fart thing. It was a romper, so it's not a dress. It's like very flowy shorts that are attached to the shirt, and so like they can fall really easily, especially if your legs are up in the air. And this left Becky, yes, kind of like a play suit, I think. And so this left Becky vulnerable, and there were creepy grown men after the show making comments about her, which is disgusting and very traumatic, and something that Colleen should have been aware of and helped protect her fans from. And it seems like she uses fans as jokes in her show, as props in her show, and doesn't care about the repercussions. Discordant Bull says humor is weird. Cruelty has a logarithmic relationship with how funny something has to be to justify it. That shit's an asymptote. Yeah. Also, there's a joke in her live show where she brings up a young boy, and this has happened with multiple people, and they pretend like they're on a date with Miranda, and she asks them to take a cheese ball out of a bag of cheese balls that's in her pants. And so I know this is really heavy, and this I highly, highly, highly recommend that if you want to hear about the things that like Adam and Becky and Oliver went through because of Colleen and the alleged things that she did, I cannot recommend Swoop's video enough. Adam McIntyre on YouTube, he also talks very in depth about the things that he went through. And this is, I believe, the 4th installment of Swoop's documentary about Colleen. And this is an interview with her ex-husband, who he is not innocent in and of himself. He was there when some of these things were happening. He could have stepped in and stopped them. He also participated in inappropriate interactions with fans. There was a time when he and Colleen had fans in their hotel room or loft where they were staying after a show. And yeah, so he's not innocent, but he also has brought allegations that Colleen abused him. Good night. I hope that you sleep well. And so I was thinking just skipping around this video a little bit, commenting on it, and I highly recommend if anyone wants more context for this. I think this is pretty like standalone as long as you have the idea that this is Colleen's ex-husband. But if you want more, definitely go check out Swoop's channel. I'll put a link. So she does heavily, thoroughly researched videos, like great videos. She's talked about family bloggers. She's talked about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. She's talked about Colleen. Oh, that's weird. Sorry, it's not letting me chat from that window. Okay, there we go. So this is a link to Swoop's channel. Highly recommend it. There a lot of content. Harold Edelman, have a good night. All right, so let's watch a little bit of this and talk about it. This is just something that I've been deep into and figured I might share and spread around because it definitely deserves the views.
I'm really scared to make this video.
I am dreading making this video.
This video is something I never thought I was gonna ever have to make in my life.
I went from the boyfriend to the fiance to the husband.
Joshua and I are getting a divorce.
I just can't be here now. I gotta go find some kind of...
How's the... Okay, it's loud. I was just gonna ask, how's the volume?
peace.
Let me know if this is any better.
Wanted to leave Josh alone.
This is the very first time in 6 or 7 years after it happened where I feel like if I were to say something, I'm not going to be attacked by...
Millions of people all over the world call you the most vile, horrendous, disgusting, life-ruining words.
Telling me you're nothing without Colleen every single day.
She loved the attention. She loved the status. Do I think she truly loves her fans? I never really felt like she did.
My attention that night on diverted over to Josh.
He mentioned that he always wanted to speak about Josh. His overall aim was to build an audience and...
This is Adam McIntyre. Okay. Oh, okay, so this is the parody. We can listen to this in a bit. Thank you for the link. I am going to kind of go a little bit ahead because I don't want to just play the whole video. I just want to play, you know, some clips.
Let's take a breath. Joshua, we have a lot to talk about, as you know. I first just want to thank you for sitting down here with me. I know this has been a difficult time for everyone involved in this situation. That's been just unraveling across the world, really. The public has really been watching everything that's been going on, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
My goal here is to just make sure that this is fair and balanced, and to be able to help provide some more context to all of this, the whole story, everything that's been going on. Be open, be honest, that's all I can ask for. Some of these questions are not going to be very fun.
Yeah. I'm ready for that.
You said that you've turned down a number of interviews, and
yeah. I've had a lot of mainstream media reach out and ask to do this exact situation. And
is that better?
I said no to all of them. I'm only doing this here. I'm not going to do it anywhere else. I don't want to hop onto other channels.
My intent is never to overwhelm anyone that I speak to, and to, if things become triggering or anything, as I've mentioned, we do have a trained...
Yeah, just keep me apprised of the volume.
crisis counselor on set, so if we need to stop, if we need to take a break, whatever it is, just let me know and we can do that. Okay. We just want to make sure that while we're getting the open, honest
I hope that these closed captions work. Some are really not good at some closed captions are not good at actually saying what is being said. So hopefully these closed captions are good. Also, yes, the fact that Swoop has a trained crisis counselor on set, she is so careful about keeping people safe. She is a survivor of grooming and sexual abuse as a child. And so she is very cognizant, very aware that trauma is hard to talk about. And she's not just having people talk about things that are hard without, having someone on set, which definitely shows who she is, how much she cares about the people she's interviewing. And I feel like she does her best to get all sides of the story. I think it was in the beginning, she did mention that she has reached out to Colleen for comment multiple times. So I think this is the 4th video that she's done on this whole situation. And I think she's reached out to Colleen every time, but Colleen has denied those requests for comment.
Answers and telling your story. We're also doing it in a healthy way that's not going to trigger you.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm going to be as transparent as I can, and I mean that. It does feel like a hurricane is in my chest right now, so I'm not afraid to face things and to speak from the heart.
Here are the facts that I have in front of me when Joshua first reached out to me. John Silvestri had accused him of harmful behavior. And regardless of how exaggerated and often false John Silvestri's allegations turned out to be, Josh himself had contributed to the culture of Colleen Ballinger's world in troubling ways.
Obviously, there are allegations.
So for context, John Silvestri accused Josh of doing very similar things that Colleen did to Adam, but, to Johnny. So Johnny accused Josh of doing those things. Her last video looked into those allegations and found that Johnny had manipulated screenshots of him and Josh's conversations, and found that he was pretty much taking Adam's story and trying to make it his own. He also lied about his age for a lot of things that were happening, making it seem like he was a minor when he was not. So that's the context for Johnny Silvestri. This is, I think, kind of how Josh first started getting talked about in this situation, because Josh has been pretty private, reserved since him and Colleen's divorce. Very hard to deal with a divorce in the public eye, especially he started getting accused by Colleen's fans of abusing her and cheating on her. So I believe that Josh got pulled back in because of the allegations that Johnny made against him.
That have been levied against you, and we're going to get into those, but you have also alleged that you are a victim as well, and that's something that I and my team take very seriously. Beyond that, you were the only adult during the whole Colleen era and all of that is speaking, and I think that is also very important in this conversation.
I kind of expected it to be different. I didn't think I'd be the only one. To me, it's just weird that I'm the only one talking. But it makes sense as well, because if you choose to have an opinion or a stance, then that means people are going to be able to criticize you and look into you. And I understood that going into it, but I also thought there was something more important than just how I was being perceived when I started to see the true effects that had happened on these young adults. So here I am. The criticisms keep rolling in, and it's hard. I'm used to not looking good for the last 7 years. I just hope that something between this conversation and your videos, I think part 1 and part 2 of your videos have already done a lot for the people that would consider themselves affected or victims. And maybe this will kind of help put a period to that sentence.
So, when I was younger, I was a fan of Colleen Ballinger, and I remember watching, I think I started watching before her and Josh, got married, and, because, I remember them getting married, and I remember him being in videos, and, I remember their divorce. And I do remember, people, rumors in, the comment section and stuff that said that he had cheated on her. So, I do remember this happening, kind of, real time, which is very interesting I think it's, 7 years after they got divorced. So it's really weird seeing this context and stuff years later. I think I'm gonna skip a little bit.
Between the lines to an extent.
Hello, Brent.
Much of the public knew that Josh and Colleen had dated from 2009 to 2015, and for the most part, they presented themselves as a happy, loving, carefree couple. But as we've learned time and again, what the public sees isn't always the reality of the relationship when the cameras are turned off.
Do you think, do you have a moment where you had a realization of now we're married and just something has changed? Was there some...
I don't think it was one single moment. Colleen and I always had a difficult relationship from the very beginning. It was very passionate and very explosive, but never truly consistent. And I was so infatuated that I just ignored the red flags and kept fighting for it, kept pushing to make things better. When you really love someone, you don't just let it go, because it's hard. You adapt, you evolve, you compromise. I felt like I did that over and over and over. The thing that changed really was when we got married, it kind of felt like any effort to meet me in the middle stopped. How dare I ask for something? How dare I say, could you maybe not film tonight and just sit and have dinner with me? I tried to take us to couples therapy. She was very resistant. I was so down. I was so down. I don't mind talking about my feelings, obviously. She only went a handful of times, and I would always go, regardless if she would show up or not. And every single session, she didn't want to talk about her.
To me, it's, I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but to me it's kind of a red flag when someone doesn't go to couples therapy when their partner very clearly wants to. It almost feels like, and this isn't always the case, but it almost feels like if one person in the relationship is having issues, you would want to, go somewhere that you have a third party. They don't want to try. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're not open to hearing your partner out, because, it might make you feel uncomfortable or something. And, that's not always the case. There are lots of reasons why people might not trust therapy. But I think if it's something that your partner is asking for, then it's definitely something you should consider. And when only one person in the relationship is consistently trying to look inward and figure out how to change themselves, and the other person is not doing that, it doesn't seem like things are going to work out. That's just my take on the situation. And yes, he is the sleepiest little boy. Oliver. He is very sleepy.
It was always me, my problem, what I was doing wrong, what I needed to redirect in my brain. And it was infuriating and sad because it's just constantly just, you're wrong, not her, you're wrong.
What, when you say things like, she saying that you're wrong, what was that about? Was that about the content that you're making, or how you were approaching the relationship, or?
I felt disrespected a lot in that relationship. There's a misconception out there that I was some controlling husband, boyfriend guy that was not supportive of what she did. And it always bothered me because I always rooted for her. I went to so many shows, I participated in videos. Yes, it helped me out too, but I never once said, don't do this. Don't take that show. Don't tour right now. I never, ever guilted her for that. All I ever wanted was, hey, if you're gonna do this, can you talk to me on the phone? And it wasn't like, please talk to me for 2 hours a day. It was just normal. To me, it felt like a normal request. And that always evolved into difficult conversations, arguments that I didn't understand, that I was selfish, that I have expectations that are unreasonable. And I started to believe all of that. But in retrospect, I wasn't asking for anything major other than a normal, what I would view as a normal kind of relationship with the person that you've been with for 7 years. And there were other times that I thought she was really rude. There was a lot of times where on her tours, the amount of times I had to apologize to the tech crew and the people running the event because of how rude she was to them, almost like, I'm a queen, don't talk to me, talk to my assistant. And I would look at that and go, what are you doing? They're here it's their job. The least you could do is give them eye contact and respond.
This kind of thing very much seems like that you can tell the way that a person is by how they treat a server at a restaurant. This seems very similar to that. Like, why would you be mistreating and disrespecting the crew at your shows, the people that are literally making it possible for you to have a career, the people that keep all of your tech running and keep the show on time? And the fact that, you know, if this is true, the fact that Josh is having to go in behind her and, you know, clean up this mess, like apologize for his girlfriend or wife for the way that she's treating these people, like, that sucks. That sucks so bad, and definitely shows you the kind of person that Colleen is. Like, she can't be bothered to treat people with respect, even if they're literally the reason why her show is functioning. Because, like, there's no way that she could do a show by herself. Like, you need a tech person, you need a camera person, you need, you know, like a stage manager, things like that. You need a venue. These aren't things that she could all do by herself and also perform in a show. And yeah, so it feels very much like, oh, this tells you exactly who she is.
She was just so either abrasive or just didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see it in the faces of the crew. And time again, at least 7 or 8 times, I said, I'm so sorry. She's having a rough week. It's not anything about you. And I would try to make excuses because I didn't want her to look bad. And then I would try to talk to her about it. And then it was me being wrong again. I don't know. I don't know what she thought I was expecting her to be. But anytime I thought, wow, I wouldn't have spoken to them that way.
So on June 30th, 2023, the LA Times ran an article about the Colleen Ballinger saga, about Joshua David Evans opening up for the first time in years in response to Colleen's ukulele response video. This article cited a tweet of Joshua's which said, quote, "I was gaslit too." This was one of the first times a major press publication had ever discussed Joshua's own allegations against Colleen Ballinger. And here he was able to open up about it for the first time with anybody publicly.
Yeah, I just felt like whatever truth I thought was there, she denied that truth and made me feel crazy about it. Or how she would talk about fans, or what she would say about all the gifts that they brought. There was just so many moments where I thought, that's gross.
Would she talk negatively about fans to you behind the scenes? Was that something that happened or happened often?
I don't want to paint a picture like she was just this monster that just spewed hate towards her fans, because she
So a couple of things. Hannah and I talked about this because I watched this while she was streaming one day, and then we also watched it afterwards together. And just thinking about the fact that, you know, fans are bringing Colleen gifts, things that they, you know, expect her to read or see, or like tokens of their appreciation, trying to show this content creator that they appreciate her. And just thinking about you all, people that send us things to the P.O. box. Like, I couldn't imagine shit-talking a gift or a token of appreciation that someone is sending you. A fan, a person that literally makes your career possible. It's so shitty to think about her doing that. Shit-talking, like, talking about what she's gonna do with all of the gifts that people sent her. And I assume that that's something negative, that she was gonna throw them away or something. And I understand that, like, you can't keep everything. People have limited space, etc. But yeah, Discordant Bull says, I'm getting secondhand shame just thinking about it. Yeah. I understand not being able to keep everything, but just flippantly treating gifts from your fans, I don't think that's great. Also, the oh goodness, sorry, I forgot the last thing that he talked about.
Quote, loves her fans. I have a different interpretation of what love means to her, but there were a lot of times where she would talk negatively or make fun of someone.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Like, he couched this response. He started off like, I don't want to make it seem like she was a monster. It shows me that he is still scared of her. Like, he is still protecting himself by protecting Colleen. And what I mean by that is he doesn't want to experience getting attacked by Colleen's fans again. He doesn't want to rock the boat with her. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like he is still trying to protect her no matter what the truth is, or how she treated him, or how she actually treats her fans.
Someone, or joke about what she was going to do with all the gifts on the tour bus. And I just thought to myself, I would never talk like that. These people are giving us a job.
Well, I'm curious because you just said that you have a different definition of love than she did, and I'm curious like what you mean by that. If you could just elaborate more on that.
She says she loves her fans. When you love something, there's a part of you that's selfless, or that's truthful, or that's just kind. And I didn't see a lot of that. And to me, it felt like she didn't really love them as people. She loved what they provided for her. She loved the attention. She loved the status. She loved, like, it gave her a thrill, and she loved it. But do I think she truly loved her fans? I never really felt like she did. I think she just loved what it gave her. And one of the biggest times we had a fight was because of her fans. We were doing the Josh and Colleen tour. We had a husband-wife tour.
Mm-hmm.
And
what year was this? Do you remember?
January of 2016.
You guys ready for this or what?
Anytime like I had the mic and it was, it was both of us on stage, and we both had different things we would do, and then we did stuff together. But when we would interact and I felt like I was ad-libbing a little bit and improving, I could tell when she did not want me to keep talking. She gave me a look on stage while I was doing it, because I had gone on for like 30, 45 seconds longer than we normally do about a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And on mic, I said, oh, I know that look. She wants me to shut up, guys. We went on, we finished the show. I got onto the tour bus first. When she came on the bus, I had never seen her so livid with me. Some of the eye contact that you saw in the ukulele video, kind of a darkness in her eyes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of comments on people's perception of her look there.
I saw it all the time, especially in that moment. And she came in, and she's not really one to yell at me. She wasn't like that. If anything, she just completely ignored me. But this time she yelled, and she was like, how dare you make me look bad in front of my fans? How dare you do that? And I was sitting there thinking, what?
it's so scary. Like, because Colleen, you know, during that ukulele video, it very much, you could tell that she was holding back some kind of rage, or at least that's my interpretation. It felt like she was singing to keep herself from screaming. And the fact that this is something that, like, her ex-husband could see all the time. Hello, Logarth. And the fact that she hides it so well, right? Because, you know, Colleen's was quite a popular YouTuber. I watched her. I used to think that she was funny. I would watch her vlogs. And, like, this was when I was much younger. And I had it for quite a while. But, like, I never saw that from her in any of her videos. I didn't see that darkness. Like, she covered it up so well. I didn't see the anger. Even, like, she did a video addressing the claims that Adam had made back in 2020. And, like, even in that video, I don't remember, like, seeing that. And yeah, Phoenix says it's scary that people can hide such darkness so well, and only those closest to them know. And First Name Bunch of Number says, I knew what she was doing. That's why she didn't let it shine through until she was really upset. Yeah. So I completely agree with all of that. I can't believe that people are so good at hiding those things. And yeah, Lucas Dawn says sometimes even the closest ones don't know. I think that's true too. Some people are professionals at hiding, and it's weird to see, like, to observe that, to be able to see that, like, know that you've watched hundreds of videos of this person sometimes, and then all of a sudden things, like, cracks start to form, and you start to see some of the some personality that you had never seen before, like the darkness in Colleen's video. Gray Fox says people learn to mask and it can be incredibly hard to get underneath it. My ex-wife was incredibly good at it. Yeah. Like, I had an ex, and, like, he was not good at masking his stuff to me. He was very good at masking it to other people. And like, sometimes the people closest to these people kind of start to feel like maybe I'm just seeing things. No one else seems to think that this person is bad, or that they're doing wrong, or that they're, you know, capable of hurting people, you know? And I'm okay. I'm okay. I've done years of therapy. I am okay. And thank you for the hug. I don't know if it's gaslighting necessarily in the sense of like in my case, it's not that my ex was telling me that I wasn't seeing what I was seeing. It was he had a very different mask that he would put on for everyone else. And not with me. So the things that I was seeing, no one else did. And it kind of makes you feel like you're crazy. You're like, why does no one else see it? Lucas Dawn says, not to be dark, but I read an incredible book by the daughter of the BTK killer. It's about her finding out and coping. She didn't know until the police caught him when she was in her 20s. Her name is Carrie Clausen. That sounds really interesting. I'll have to check it out. Damos says, I'm very sorry for the experience. My abusive ex, I feel it's fair to call her that, had the best mask and best means to try and make you feel at fault for every attempt at bringing her poor behavior to light. Ruined my teeth with my help, ruined what little self-esteem I had left. Am content to forever be alone at this point. Didn't trust humans before that, and now I just want to fade away and never be with another person. I am so sorry. I am so sorry to hear that. It gets better. There are better people. I promise you. It took me 5 years to start dating again after my ex. Like, it takes a long time. And it sucks because if you don't take care of yourself, like, you can also run the risk of turning that hurt into hurting someone else. Which is why I highly recommend therapy for anyone and everyone. Especially if you feel like you are not past like a previous relationship in terms of being able to cope with what happened. Definitely get therapy. Definitely work on coping mechanisms before being in a new relationship. Because also, if you are a victim of abuse, it's also makes you more vulnerable to those things in the future as well. Ooh, sorry, hit the mic. Oliver is being very cute. Olive, hey buddy, say hello. Okay, so let's keep watching.
I don't think I really made you look
Oh, I love you too, Father. I'm fine.
bad. I made a joke. It's like a husband-wife thing. Well, honey doesn't want me talking. Here I go again. But I was being honest too on stage, and in that moment I realized she cares way more about how she is perceived than what the truth actually is. I got it. She let me have it. It was scary. I mean, it was scary because I'd never seen her really look at me that intensely before.
I think it's interesting that you said I'm assuming you were paraphrasing, but if she was saying something like, how dare you do that in front of my fans when it was a tour for the two of you. The idea behind that would be that it would be your shared fans. I was curious, if you felt like there was animosity or competition. Were there moments where it was just mutually supportive, or was it more of a one-sided thing, like these are my fans? Or can you walk me through that? Like, what was that like, having a relationship and you guys both creating together and separately in your own right?
Sorry, I keep scanning the preview of the video because I'm thinking about where I want to jump to.
I always felt like, well, because she made it obvious with her words and actions that they were her fans. They were not mine. And when we decided to do a tour together as husband and wife, I thought, wow, she's really like looking at me like an equal. And it meant the world to me. I didn't want to be bigger than her, but the fact that it felt like it's 50-50, wow, I've never felt 50-50 with her before. And
that's sad, because I feel like he's not just talking about not feeling 50-50 with her in terms of performing in their show and stuff. It feels like he's talking about he didn't ever feel 50-50 in their relationship. And that's really sad. Relationships should be 50-50. You should be equals. And, in the relationship, sometimes one person's going to be better at doing something than the other. Or someone's going to need help, like when you're sick. So, like, some days it might be 80-20. But you should always, in terms of being people, being partners, you should always be 50-50. You should always be equal. You are both equally deserving of love and affection and kindness, Like with Hannah, while I was sick, while I had a fever this past week, there was a lot I couldn't do for myself. Like, I was so tired and lethargic, and I didn't feel like eating. Nothing tastes good. But she took care of me. She pushed me to drink water. She pushed me to take my meds. And she cared for me. And she's wonderful. And now that she's got a fever and been sick, I'm doing the same for her. It balances out. Like, being in a relationship is about balance. Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit. Peep Lord with 100 bits. Did Hannah do signs for you when you were sicker? She didn't. I wish she could have. Right now I'm writing, so I'm trying to finish up my dissertation so that I can defend and graduate. And that's not something that she could do for me, unfortunately. And while I, in theory, can do her job, like, I'm not her. I can kind of fill in. I can be a substitute teacher. I can do that kind of thing. I can kind of help. And I wanted to help. I wanted to try and free her from some of the stress that she's been feeling. Unfortunately, she could not do the science for me when I was sick. But thankfully, as a grad student, I was able to take some time and heal. And, like, my boss was very caring and has been making sure that I'm okay. Peep Lord says, I think your dissertation would be easier to defend if you wrote it on a sword. That's funny. There are, I think it's Norway, they give swords for when you successfully defend your PhD. Okay. I think one last thing that I wanted to show was this about Shane Dawson. Wampa77 says, as much as we love Baja, the channel would not be the same if it was only Baja and never Hannah again. Hannah shines so much here. Yes, 100%. Like, Hannah is great at this. She's so good at this. She knows how to talk. She knows how to explain things. She knows how to be on camera. I can hardly look at the camera. Like, that's not something I'm used to. I'm looking at this screen, or I'm looking at this screen. But, like, not at the camera. But Hannah, like, it feels like she's talking to you. You know? Like, she's good at this. So let's listen to this one last segment about Shane Dawson and the things that Colleen was telling him about her and Josh's relationship.
Work. I just don't think she has ever stepped up to the plate to do that.
I'm going to be completely honest. This next section brings someone into the situation I never expected to be named in this interview.
You had mentioned before about the divorce video. Was that a 10 steps ahead moment?
I'd say that it was at least 3 steps ahead, maybe not 10. The divorce happened very suddenly. Things were bad. I knew things were off. And we were arguing all the time. She didn't ever want to talk to me. She didn't ever want to like talk through it because she was either out of town and wouldn't talk to me out of town, or when she was always busy. Busy. I was shown some things when I was at Playlist in Washington, D.C. in 2016. Receipts, proof of things that she was doing.
Can you tell me what you're referring to?
Part of me still wants to protect her. Because
it's so sad that like his gut instinct is to protect her. Like, just it's been 7 years since they divorced, and it feels like she still has so much control over him, and that's scary and that's sad.
she was doing was...
Also, I'm sorry for everyone in the chat that has experienced things like this. Partners that took from them, partners that didn't care for them, partners that were emotionally unavailable, partners that were abusive. I am so sorry, and I just want to say that I am really proud of you for continuing, for being the person that you are, for getting out of that situation if you have. And if you haven't, I hope that you have the strength to one day. I hope that you have people around you that can support you. And just know that it's not easy to leave someone. When you're in that kind of situation. It's scary and it's hard. And you're not to blame if you have a hard time leaving, even if you're being mistreated. People feel like they're trapped in those situations. They don't have support. They don't feel like they have support. And just know the things that are happening are not your fault. You can find a safe person. Try and reach out to people that can support you, your friends, your family, safe people. There are domestic abuse hotlines that you can call in most countries. Be safe. You know, everyone, you're all loved. And I'm proud of you.
It was awful.
At the very least, can you tell me what it has to do with?
This specific one was what she was saying about me behind the scenes on our honeymoon to another massive YouTuber. She basically said, I told Josh some things and he wrecked our hotel room.
She told this to another large
Very
creator.
large YouTuber, yes.
Okay. Can I ask who that was?
Why not? That's Shane Dawson.
Okay.
We went on our honeymoon and we decided while we were in Hawaii, let's go to the beach with no cameras. And let's say new vows that are just for us. No one else will hear them, see them, experience them. And it was one of the most beautiful moments at the time in my life. To know that within 24 hours of us saying our vows all over again, she's telling one of the biggest YouTubers at the time that she said some stuff to me, I didn't like it, and broke things when we didn't have a single fight on that trip.
This is what she told Shane Dawson.
Yes.
What actually happened?
None of that
Were
happened.
you told something and then you got emotional, or?
No. There was no fight, there was no argument. It was actually a really pleasant honeymoon experience. We didn't have any altercations. We didn't have any.
To me, it seems like Colleen was trying to preemptively set up receipts of Josh being abusive in case, you know, like just in case. And that's kind of an evil thing to think about. Like, it's to think that someone could do that. But that's kind of what this is screaming to me. Like, why, if, you know, if Josh is being honest, why would someone say those things? Also, I apologize for anyone that's getting ads. I used all the skips earlier in the stream, so there's an ad happening right now. I can't control it. I can't dismiss it anymore. You only get 3 pauses for ads. But yeah, so I don't see any other reason why you would say these things to one of your friends unless you were setting up this. Halloween Town asks, do you think she loved him at one point? I don't think that I have the... I don't think that I have enough information to answer that. She might have, based purely on the things that I've heard that, like, people have alleged about her. It seems like she might have loved the idea of him, like the idea of being in a relationship, the idea of being married. I don't know if she loved him. I'm not in their relationship, or I wasn't, their previous relationship. I would hope that she loved him. Discordant Bowl, it is a fool who looks for logic in the chambers of the human heart. That's fair. Okay. Also, I don't know. I think that bringing people into your relationship usually makes things more complicated than if you didn't. Like, outside of a couples therapist. I think that, let's say that they had a fight and she was telling Shane Dawson about it. I think pulling someone else into the relationship makes things way more complicated. Ranth Fool says, given her dad, she might come from a messed up home, and who knows, the fundies bit won't help. Yeah. She did grow up religious, I believe. And, being religious isn't inherently bad. But based on some of the things that we've seen alleged about her dad and her brother, she might not have had good role models, let's say.
Anything. I was at Playlist. I had just had dinner with her family. She wasn't there. She was off doing some other thing. And then Steve Green was there with his now wife, Nikki, and they waved me over. And I said, okay, cool. We were just talking and laughing and just having a good time away from screaming teenagers. And then Nikki stopped and said, I can't hold this in anymore. And Steve was giving her a look like, no, don't do this. And she looked at me, and I'm paraphrasing here. Mm-hmm. She said, I'm supposed to hate you. But after spending just a few minutes with you, I don't, and I'm confused because the things that I've been shown about you don't add up to the person I'm talking to and the person that Steve says you are. She pulled out her phone, or it might have been his phone, but it was one of their phones, and they slid it across the table. And I'm like, what's this? And she just said, read it. And it was about me. And I was like, what is this? And they said, it's a screenshot of a text message between Colleen and Shane Dawson. And I looked at the date, and I'm like, that's during our honeymoon. She texted that during our honeymoon, that I abused her, that I went ballistic. We didn't even have a fight. We didn't have an argument. She said, I'm not the only one that has this. This text has been passed around.
Who was passing it around? Was it Shane or was it Colleen?
Shane sent it. I don't think Colleen did. Okay. I mean, that's me assuming, but...
But you know that Colleen texted this to Shane,
I saw both of their interaction.
Screenshot started getting shared with other...
Every YouTuber I could think of at that time, that I'm like, oh. So they all sit here and think that I went crazy on a honeymoon when nothing happened. And in that moment, that's when it all dawned on me. Why in the world did you think that you were safe when she did that kind of thing about everybody else? Everybody else, she had shit to say.
That was a common thing that she would do?
All the time. It's like a sport for her. She's a pro athlete when it comes to that.
So other people have talked about how, like, behind, Colleen would talk about her friends behind their backs. So, like, talking about Trisha Paytas and Trisha's body. Which is very, very inappropriate. I am enjoying the bullet crown. Thank you very much for asking. It is lovely. So it seems like Colleen has a tendency of talking about people behind their back. Even her husband at the time. And that just is weird. That shows that she has a very specific type of personality. She is so abusive and child grooming. She is just a manipulative person. In my opinion, I agree with that. Based on all of the things that have been alleged. And I touched on that before we started talking. Rant the Fool says, oh, a bit late, but judging the asshole, you could have used the gavel. I could have. I don't know where it is. Is it behind me? I don't know. H. Barrett says, this is reminding me of the first girl to tell me she loved me. Unbeknownst to me, she was cheating on her fiance with me and telling our mutual friends that she told me about him and that I was being a creeper. Thankfully, she was kind of dumb and would say I did things during the periods where others were around and knew immediately it was false. Wow. I am so sorry that you had to deal with that. That's something that I would read on Reddit. That sounds like something that I would read on Reddit. I am so sorry. Discordant Bull, you ever meet someone who never got to be a mean girl, said they hated the mean girls, but really worshipped the power that they wielded, then got a chance to be a mean girl and just went absolutely ham with it? That's Colleen. I did know someone like that, actually. Okay, I think that we are going to finish up. The last thing that we're going to do is we're going to watch this parody of Colleen's apology video. I do want to say, so we didn't watch hardly any of this video. It's 3.5 hours long. I think we watched maybe 20 minutes, like 10 to 20. I'm putting this in the wrong chat, but please go check this out if you are interested in hearing more about Colleen and Josh, and also check out Swoop's previous videos on this where she talks about the things that Colleen did to her fans, like Becky and Adam, and their allegations from Oliver about Colleen's brother Trent. Also, yes, Sparkly Dystopia, part 3 about Johnny is a Wild Ride, and the embellishments that he made. Anyway, let's watch this parody of Colleen's apology ukulele video, and then we will head out. Thank you all for being with me. Thank you for accepting me as a substitute teacher and going on a field trip of drama and Am I the Asshole? So let's watch this parody. It already looks good. It's by Ryan Beard Productions.
Recently, people've been spreading rumors that I'm some kind of creepy groomer. I'm not creepy, I'm like your quirky aunt who sometimes makes you stick your hand down her pants. This is just a joke she likes to do, and sometimes she shows you her friends' nudes. It's not incest, there's no one she would molest. No, she's just being weird, she's not someone you should fear. These are just jokes, she doesn't mean to offend. Can your auntie come over and spend some time with your friends? We can all laugh about my husband's cock, then try on my underwear. Wait, why'd you tell me to stop? Don't get mad, these are all just jokes, but don't tell your parents, they don't need to.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I love this. I'm gonna actually show this to Hannah if she's not already watching. This is wonderful. I'm gonna like this. And yes, this is brutal. Like, scathing. It's beautiful. Like, it says exactly what Colleen is. Like, exactly what she is. Even, like, through what she's trying to cover up. Because she says, I'm not a groomer, just a loser. And Ryan, I assume that is, you know, the channel's called Ryan Beard Productions. I assume that Ryan is the name. So Ryan is being like, oh, I'm just your crazy aunt, and you know, nothing wrong with me. Yeah, I was specifically not using pronouns because I didn't know what pronouns they used. So I was just calling them Ryan. So if anyone knows, like, specifically what pronouns they use, that would be great. I would appreciate that. I don't know. Let's see if it's in... There's nothing in the description. I will just keep using they, them pronouns unless someone knows for sure what their pronouns are. Because I trust Damos's recollection that they are non-binary.
No, you told your mom, how could you do this? We were having fun, why did you ruin it? The toxic gossip train. All aboard for station manipulation. But I'm not the one who's manipulating you, everyone else is.
Okay, perfect. They, them is what they express comfort in. That's great. I will continue using they, them. They sound very much like Weird Al. Like that, there's that, like, sharp, I don't know what to call it, but a sharpness to how they end their words, which is very much how Weird Al sings. Hannah and I love Weird Al. So they're doing great so far. I love this.
They don't get you like I do. They're just trying to tear me away. Has anyone ever told you you're really mature for your age? They think I'm...
Oh, that's so good. Just that, has anyone ever told you that you're mature for your age? exactly what groomers say. That is classic groomer. Someone better press the red button to report a body.
I'm a creep, they think I'm a weirdo, but it's not that weird to show kids what Trisha's got down below. They wanted to know I'm like a sex ed class for all my fans to pass. Cancel culture's gone too far this time. I heard.
Sorry, I am also not trying to just like rip their entire video. I am trying to comment on it. I know that like this is great. I do also want to, like, fair use, right? So I'm going to make some comments, which is why I'm pausing it. Anyway, and now I've talked myself into forgetting what I was going to say. So give me, like, 1 second. I'm going to back it up. Ah! I know. Fair use isn't that strict. I just... I feel bad. Also, this is not my channel. This is Hannah's. I'm just trying to, you know. Anyway, my reaction to this, they said my channel's like a sex ed class for my fans to pass. That really makes me think of the fact that Colleen and Corey DeSoto, her friend, used to do these like skits, these little skits that would go over kids' heads, very much talking about genitalia and periods and making really suggestive jokes. And so it very much feels like, yeah, they were trying to do some kind of sex ed for the not kids that were watching her. And she tries to say that, you know, Miranda and her stuff was PG-13, but I don't think that it was just, you know, over 13-year-olds that were watching her stuff, and I think that she knew that. I think she was fully aware, allegedly, in my opinion, that her audience was younger than 13. Yeah.
Heard they made up something called federal crimes. I don't know what those words mean. It sounds like some bullshit to destroy Colleen. The only thing that I've ever groomed is my cats. It's not that weird to ask kids to send you pics of their ass. So stop with the witch hunt. It's not my fault that kids like looking at Trisha's cunt. The toxic gossip train, all aboard for station manipulation. The toxic gossip train, spreading lies to ruin my reputation. You can't take my career away. I was on fucking Waitress on fucking Broadway. I had a Netflix show, I had the perfect life, until you stupid children came and took your knives and stabbed me in the back. You were my fucking friends. Why would you do this to me? When will this nightmare end?
They are saying literally exactly what I think that Colleen was thinking during that video. First name, bunch of numbers. They really killed Colleen 12 times. This is amazing to witness. Agreed. Like, yes, I am Baja Blast. Hello. I am helping my wife by streaming for her today because she is sick. And we are wrapping up with this parody by Ryan Beard Productions about this parody of Colleen Ballinger, the groomer. This is wonderful. They should be proud because this is exactly what I thought Colleen was hiding behind her mask on that apology video.
I'm not a creep, I'm not a weirdo. It's not that bad to ask to see a kid's ass. It was just a joke, I didn't know. Just want.
So I hadn't heard before this stream. Someone mentioned it in chat. I don't know if it was Dios, but I hadn't heard that Colleen was asking for pictures of her fans' asses. That's fucked. That's so creepy. And, you know, they just mentioned it here too. So I assume two people didn't just make it up. So, like, that allegation is something that I hadn't heard. And yikes. If that's true, just yikes. I can't even express how awful. You're right. Just Jessie 7, Adam McIntyre said, "Oh, my butt looks good right now," and she said, "Pics, Adam." I do remember that now. Ugh. That's so fucking gross. Cassifel! Hello, hello. And thank you for saying that the Baja stream rules. I will rub it in my wife's face later. Say so many nice things, chat. Just so I can be like, Hannah. Chat liked my stream. They liked me better than the chair. I will give the tiniest bit of credit to Oliver. He has been my buddy for the entire stream. Oh, thank you, old enough to know better. The chair is evil. Everyone likes the chair better than Hannah. Oh, look at him. 1 second. Look at the little Olive. He's so cute. Thank you, everyone. You're being very nice. I want to give Oliver a country. You know, I think he already has one. He's so cute. Baja is significantly cooler than chair. Baja stream is S tier. Thank you. And Cassifel, Oliver would bite you for it. Oliver bites people when he's excited. He gets overstimulated and bitey. Alright, let's finish up this video.
Wanna make kids laugh, please give my career back.
Oh no, they have the red pants. Oh, is this gonna be an interpretive dance? It feels like they're gonna dance. simultaneously mocking Colleen's apology and what was her name? Sierra. Yes, Sierra, whatever her name was, the one that did the interpretive dance apology video after she sexually assaulted one of her friends on camera and then tried to say, oh no, he wasn't asleep. I wasn't groping him in his sleep. Fucking Sienna May. I think her name was Sienna May. And of course you can have a link here. Wampa77, speaking of mispronouncing things, I have been curious, so I gotta ask Baja, how do you say Game Pass? Games Pass. I believe I put an S in there if that's what you're asking. I believe I say Games Pass. So, yeah, if that's what you're asking, I say Games Pass. I don't know if that's how other people mispronounce it. Yeah. Hannah constantly says Games Pass. I don't know why. It's I agree. I think it's the Michigan thing. Because like we say Kroger's, like Myers, like we're going to, like saying we're going to the store, we're going to Myers. As if it is like, you know, Myers grocery store. There is no S there, but it's Games Pass. Just like there's no S at the end of Myers or Kroger's or Farmer Jack's. Baja, as someone who lives in Ohio and has those same chains, it's the same down here. We add the S too. Okay. We also, oh gosh. If you want to know if someone's from Michigan, ask them to say the word bag, because or bagel. People tell me that I say bagel really weird because I'm from Michigan. And bag. And that's like the only word that I can like catch Hannah saying where it's very, very Michigan, other than there are two. Bag and motherfucker. I don't know if anybody remembers, but there is a video of a long blonde-haired woman in a mire screaming about God, and it went very viral. And she's from Michigan. It was filmed in Michigan, and she says motherfucker like that, like she has, like she talks from right here when she says the end of the word, like motherfucker, and Hannah says it exactly the same way. Yeah, I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. Yeah. Yep. So those are the only two words that I can hear Hannah's Michigan accent. But anyway, let's finish this. This video is wonderful. I'm gonna... put another link. They're simultaneously parroting two horrible apology videos. Mr. Blast says, a grocery bag when I grew up was always called a Hamity sack because of Hamity grocery stores in our area. Yeah, I remember. I know people still call it that. Cassifel, I know people from Michigan on their response to the phrase "Go Blue" and whether they can kill Deadite or not. Profane Priestess, in anthropology and linguistics, that's called a shibboleth, a way of speaking or pronunciation that is indicative of a speaker's cultural background. Interesting. I am sure that I mispronounced that word. I apologize. But that's really interesting. And I also like to get Hannah about it because she's very adamant that it is soda. It's not. It's pop. It's pop. We're from Michigan. We live in Michigan. She grew up here. I grew up here. It is pop, not soda. She is screaming from downstairs. She is screaming soda from downstairs. It's pop. It's definitely not Coke. It's not soft drink. It's not soda pop. It's just pop. Oh, my pronunciation was spot on. That's awesome. Thank you. You have made me very happy. That made me very happy. Old Enough to Know Better Now says, don't hurt your voice, Hannah. I agree. Don't hurt your voice. But I will not be taking arguments, chat. It is pop. Not soda, not cola, not soda pop, not Coke, not what have you. It's just pop. It pops. You can feel it. You can feel the bubbles. And I will not be taking comments at this time. It's just pop. Let's finish this. They're doing wonderfully. Oh, okay. Cassifel with 100 bits. You can't make me say this. Hi, I'm Baja Blast, and I do not endorse the use of the phrase soda. I endorse the phrase pop. Yeah. You can't hold me to anything, Cassifel. I'm not Hannah. I'm the substitute. Just 'cause Hannah does it, just 'cause your teacher does it, doesn't mean I'm going to. MH Dark Beast with 50 bits. Fago privies it. Red Pop. It's also the best ukulele performance. Okay. Let's listen to Hannah.
So, my team has told me not to say anything about the ongoing Bed Bath & Beyond situation. But they didn't say... But they didn't say anything about singing. Toxic baggy train, chugging down the tracks of losing your money. Toxic baggy train, taking advice from people on the internet who don't know anything about stocks. Hi.
I love my wife so much. She's so funny. She's so funny. Why am I gonna cry? Okay, let's finish this. ukuleles in, there's a bin down here that has a bunch of stuff. Oh no, they broke their ukulele. Excuse me, goodness. Castful says, haha, you love your wife with 100 bits. Haha, you wife lover, ha. I bet you kiss your wife on the lips and say you love her. Haha, wife lover. Indeed, all of that is true. I do kiss my wife on the lips. We're very gay. I love her very much. And you know what? She loves me. This is the instrumental to Creep because they are part of the lyrics that they're using to parody Colleen's thing, or I think they said, I'm not a creep, I'm not a weirdo. We got Joker. Bye, Cassifel. That was great. Thank you for sharing this, Demos. Beautiful.
We can only hope that.
All right. So, have a good night, everyone. I hope that you are well. I hope that you have a great night. Thank you for accepting me as the substitute teacher for today. I will write a good note so that your teacher knows how good you were. Even though we only got up to a level 2 hype train, I still think that you guys deserve acknowledgement. So have a good night. I don't think I'm going to raid anyone. I love you too, Mr. Blast, and I will tell Hannah that you love her. I'm going to go take care of my wife. See you guys later.